in-person workshops on timely and important subjects on
Recording in
US-India defense
progress.
and security partnership. These stakeholders include journalists, storytellers, defense experts, defense industries, media professionals, and community leaders, among others. Today, India is the only developing country that is a member of the Critical Minerals Partnership, Artemis Accords, and Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. India is also the only South Asian country to be part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. The India-US relationship is poised to grow further in the years ahead. Cooperation between the two countries strengthens US security, bolsters India's prosperity, and enriches American society. An enormous range of Americans have a stake in the US-India relationship and vice versa, and expects further progress in utilizing the full potential of US-India defense ties as it spans the scope of human endeavor from sea to space, from security to health, from energy to education, with a vision of India becoming a developed country by 2047. I guess the US is going to play a major role in it. Towards further strengthening this partnership, this is the fifth in-person workshop after Kolkata, Jaipur, Mumbai, and Hyderabad of this series, and after this we would have a mega concluding event in the coming months in New Delhi. As we proceed with the series of workshops, we'll have concrete outcomes coming out of these workshops, which we would reflect in our timely reports. I thank the wonderful audience and the distinguished speakers, and I look forward to listening to today's sessions. With this, I'm pleased to invite Pradeep Mehta, Secretary General CUTS International, to deliver his opening remarks.
Join Purushendra in welcoming you all to this event. As he said, this is part of a series of events that we've been doing. I have been to another one of the same and found that there is a strong enthusiasm about the issues that we discuss, particularly in the context of US-India cooperation. And as Puru pointed out, it's not only in the area of defense, but increasingly trade as well. US is one of our most valued partners in today's geopolitical arena. We are friends, we are not allies, and as part of India's foreign policy to retain its strategic autonomy. In spite of that, we are very active in the Quad, the four nations partnership, India, US, Japan, and Australia, and in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Now, all of these have a bearing on what we are going to discuss, or even in terms of how we proceed in the in the days to come. In 1949, the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, had once told US President Harry Truman that I trust these two republics of the Western world and the Eastern world will find many ways of working together in friendly and fruitful cooperation to our mutual advantage and for the good of humanity. What was then known as Eastern and Western, now it is North and South. But now it's about 76 years now. It may be highlighted that this vision has manifested into a dedicated partnership standing the test of time, finally culminating into mutual investment in aligned long-term trajectories between the two largest democracies and market economies of the world. Owing to the converging security and strategic interests embedded in this commitment to promoting a resilient, rules-based international order, a substantial bilateral progress has been witnessed through the ideation and execution of a comprehensive global strategic partnership. In fact, the year 2023 remained at the cutting edge of enhanced cooperation with two leader-level summits, groundbreaking agreements on defense cooperation, a new technological partnership and coordination on global challenges. Consequently, there has been heightened optimism and dynamism, trusted and natural partners to collaborate in enhancing the multifaceted roadmap for defense industrial cooperation. Defense cooperation between India and US has become an integral and central aspect of the national security policy of both the countries and has grown significantly in the recent past. Defense Technology and Trade Initiative, has been one instrumental as one of the foremost benchmarks of India-US elevated dialogue on cooperative research and development of defense trade to the highest levels of government. And one of the guides for this particular thing, General Anil Ahuja, is with us today in this audience, and I look forward to hearing from him something which is closer to what happened and what would happen. Keeping indigenous defense production, technology sharing, and promotion of supply chain resilience at the core of interaction. Both India and US are looking forward to the finalization of the security supply for the security of supply arrangement. So our principal priority to further coalesce the defense industrial ecosystem. With the backdrop of the 5th annual India-US 2+2 ministerial dialogue, the countries have been focused on interoperability and maximization of shared benefits of agreements like the Logistics and Exchange Memorandum Agreement, so that reciprocal steps can be identified, thereby enhancing the reach of each other's national security services. This event was rightfully preceded by the launch of the India-US Defense Acceleration System, which is called Index X, in June 2023 during the state visit of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the US to expand the strategic technological partnership and cooperation between governments, businesses, and academic institutions of both the countries. Additionally, the ministers have also confirmed the recently established negotiations between General Electric Aerospace and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited for manufacture of GE F414 jet engines in India. This would inevitably be instrumental in accentuating ground mobility systems. Synonymously, aspects like the launch of the Index X enable startups to leverage opportunities in the defense ecosystems of India and the US, along with interoperability, communication, and facilitation of seamless cooperation between armed forces deserves special mention. In fact, the thread has been taken up since the initiative of Critical and Emerging Technology launched in 2022, what is popularly called ISET. Assuming a very critical position, also recently reflected in India's interim budget, which was announced just a few days ago, 1st of February. And what I would like to add from my own, one of the ideas that we have looked for is, when I said that we're looking at closer relationship with the US, is to turn this 2+2 dialogue into a 3+3 dialogue, to include the trade ministers. You cannot ignore the fact that trade is closely interrelated to either defense or to national strategic issues, and more so to the strategic issues that we are talking about. We just had the Indo-US Trade Policy Forum meeting the other day, which resolved many issues that were sort of coming as problems between us. Anyway, coming back to the topic of the day, moving ahead, the alignment towards the common objectives of the Quad has been rightfully identified as one of the most consequential collaborations of the 21st century, which many people have defined as the Asian century, and some people have even gone on to define as the India century. And I'm proud to say that it will be an India century. It highlights the best practices of securing the Indo-Pacific against any revisionist intentions. The recently concluded Indo-Pacific Regional Dialogue 2023 and annual Apex level international conference of the Indian Navy on 13th to 15th to 17th November addressed holistic maritime security issues, built skillfully on the 2+2 dialogue, appropriating global norms and standards of India as a dynamic knowledge and capacity building partner on the global platform. Accelerating and banking upon the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat, India has been recognized as a leader in furthering its indigenous defense production in collaboration with US, advancing the partnership in the maritime domain awareness. I may like to add here that the issue about defense equipment cooperation, I would say, rather than defense cooperation alone, is a way forward that I see as having a huge potential and particularly how US companies which are equipped, which are engaged in manufacture and supply of technologies are able to locate, many have relocated to India, including in Bangalore and Bombay and so on and so forth. And that it's a growing trend. And we do hope that this trend will expand. See, India is also, when we say Atmanirbhar, it doesn't mean we are autarkic, as a lot of people have misunderstood it to be. It means self-reliance. Self-reliance would mean that what the Honorable Prime Minister has spoken about is we would like to make in India for the world. So it is not as if we are closing our borders or we are thinking only inwards, but we are thinking outwards simultaneously. The term self-reliance actually came about Atmanirbhar as a consequence of the kind of India-China and US-China conflicts which happened at one point of time. We were dependent a lot upon imports from China. We continue to depend a lot. Our trade with China, incidentally, continues to grow for gravity reasons. Now, the idea which the Prime Minister had was that how can we expand production in India in order to be able to take care of the flow of investment which is coming out of Western investment coming out from China to India. I don't know whether we are doing very well. The other day there was a bit of a controversy about it where the US ambassador spoke at the Jaipur Literature Festival that there are still problems in relocating investments which is going to Vietnam. And there was a counter to that, a rejoinder to that by Amitabh Kant, the G20 Sherpa, G20 India Sherpa, saying that, look, US is very protectionist, so just don't, there's no point calling out for what is happening in India as such. But the point is that, two wrongs don't make one right. We are bad in our own systems, which requires a lot of improvement, and and it's a major agenda at cuts for improvement of our competitiveness, irrespective of whether it is US, India, or whatever. At the same time, what the US Ambassador Eric Garcetti spoke at Jaipur, which is where I'm from, which is where we are located, is right. He was quite right in saying that we still have these problems because of the issues of mindset and kind of bureaucracy which prevails, continue to prevail, in spite of the best efforts being made by the government, including starting from Modi there in 2014, of ease of doing business. We are looking at as to how we can create more ease of running a business and not just doing a business. But the problems continue to remain. And all this will then spill over to what we are talking about in terms of whether it's defense equipment, etc. And defense equipment would be more sensitive because there are issues of security surrounding it, and therefore you have another layer of bureaucracy which the entrepreneurs will have to deal with. And this is something which we have to bear in mind, keep in mind that if we want to expand the cooperation, we'll have to have very clear SOPs in order to deal with them, particularly in the area of defense equipment as we are talking about. Well, with geopolitical tremors and escalating tensions in the Indo-Ocean region, the contestations hold the potential of building new narratives with novel maritime architectures like the much talked about underwater digitization through the underwater domain awareness associated with the security apparatus, blue economy entities, environmental regulations, and HADR mechanisms for disaster risk reduction. At this juncture, relevance of platforms like the Quad gain significance and priority for partners to work together at the forefront of Indo-Pacific. Intending to materialize all priorities of maintaining a navigable ocean. Let me add IPER to this as well, because we are looking at kind of supply chain issues which one way or the other cross the maritime domain. I mean, ships have to sail. And supply chains are dependent upon, clear seas, seas which are navigable, and ships are not attacked by hostile actors. It could be anyone. It could be national, it could be non-state actors, as well as has been happening on the coast of East Africa at the moment. Anyway, talking about the Quad, the second India-Australia Defence and Foreign Ministerial Dialogue held on 20th November also strengthens this group. by comprehensively willing to support the security aspects of the quadrilateral setup, setting the tone of removing barriers and easing the access to consolidated capital as a strong forum of leading countries. Finally, India's vision of being the net security provider in the region shall also gain momentum as a progeny of this partnership, helping the country in creating its niche in the Indian Ocean maritime security. Mind you, and this is also being contested very strongly by China, and we are competing with China in this whole Indian Ocean region. And I'll be hearing more about it in a few days' time when I have to go to Perth to attend the conference of Indian Ocean, the Indian Ocean Conference, the 7th Indian Ocean Conference, where these issues will be agitated and debated at length. We hope that these conferences lead to some very plausible solutions as a way forward rather than be another talk shop. Today's workshop builds upon such strategic developments and the congeniality of US-India collaboration, paving the way for further associations in the realm of economy and diplomacy. With that, thank you very much, and I'd like to invite you all once again to this workshop, and I hope you have a good time. Thank you.
He was the most recently senior advisor in the Office of Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts, CARE, and prior to that assignment was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Press and Public Diplomacy and Assistance Coordination in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, as well as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Israeli-Palestinian Affairs. He joined the Foreign Service in 2000 and has served as Public Affairs Officer in Jerusalem, Hanoi, Vietnam, Accra, Ghana, as well as the Deputy Director for Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein in the Office of Central European Affairs. His other tours include Suva, Fiji, Frankfurt, Germany. As the Consul General in Chennai, Chris is responsible for advancing US-India relations in the consular jurisdiction, covering Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, and 3 union territories, Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, and Puducherry. Over to you.
Everyone for making this 5th iteration of this discussion possible. Anytime I hear my biography read, I feel a couple things. One, I kind of feel old because it's getting longer and longer. But two, some of the recent jobs that I've had working on Afghan relocation following the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan, working on Israeli-Palestinian affairs, obviously a challenging issue that remains challenging. These were incredibly tough, daunting assignments, meaningful, and I'm glad to have had the chance to contribute in a small way. But they stand in stark contrast to my posting here in India, in Chennai, at this time in US-India relations. Because as Pradeep alluded to, we are at a bit of a moment in US-India relations, and there is a lot of momentum behind the relationship between both countries. And you see that across the board. You see it in defense, you see it in education, you see it in business, you see it in a growing interest on both sides in connecting and strengthening and deepening the relationship. And a curiosity, I think, that didn't exist even 10 years ago. And this is an amazing opportunity. And it's not one that's limited to what happens in Delhi and Mumbai and Washington and Los Angeles. It is something that you see throughout the country. So as I am posted here in South India with my colleagues covering 180 million people, a swath across southern India into Karnataka, Kerala, and many other places, you see that energy and that momentum reflected in the region too, in conversations like this, with universities. When you go to Bangalore, all of the startups that are working on every part of the relationship, including defense. The opening of the Boeing Research and Development Office, its second largest in the world, a couple of weeks ago, at which the Prime Minister spoke and presided. This is incredibly exciting. So the question is, why? Why now? What is different? What is changing? Where do we take this momentum? It's clear to me, and I think to those who observe the relationship, that we are seeing an awareness and a convergence of both common interests and common values. And an understanding that this partnership is important not just for the two countries who occupy it, but for the region and the world, because we live in an interconnected world. We live in an interconnected region. What happens in the Indo-Pacific region matters for the rest of the globe. And as we all know from the news and our experience in our own relationships, what happens in other parts of the world has an impact here too. So as we look towards driving growth, increasing prosperity, working on climate change, and we see dire evidence of the worsening impact of climate change every day, including here in Chennai during Cyclone Mashong a couple of months ago. Maintaining a rules-based order which supports international law and respects human rights, and maintaining a secure and open Indo-Pacific. These things all matter. They affect everybody in the world, and India and the United States have a chance to drive them in our bilateral relationship as well as through mechanisms like the Quad. Why did the Quad arise? Why have Australia and Japan, why have we all come together to focus on this? It's simply because we all see the common interest in maintaining a secure and open Indo-Pacific. Now let's shift to defense. I have a long list of things that have happened in the U.S.-India defense relationship here. You may know some of them, you may know most of them, you may know all of them. Pradeep talked about a couple of them, including INDUS-X, the roadmap for U.S.-India defense industrial cooperation, India's elevation to strategic trade authorization tier 1 status, its designation as a major defense partner, and many other accolades. When I read through this list, what always jumps out at me is that so much of this has happened in the last year or two. The relationship goes back to 2008 and beyond, but the activity, the preponderance of that activity, it's happening right now. I mean, this is a timely conversation because these developments are happening every day. The amount of defense cooperation and spending has gone from essentially nothing in 2008, not that long ago, to $25 billion in 2023. And the trajectory for that is very, very positive to continue. So this is an amazing opportunity. What do we do with it? How do we use this momentum? I think first of all, we recognize that as partners, we have a convergence of common interests and common values, and that there is a symbiosis between the two, that our interests are our values are our interests, and that to maintain an Indo-Pacific region that promotes prosperity, that creates security, that strengthens connection, those values are important. The values of openness and transparency, sharing information, being connected, respecting human rights and freedom. They are part and parcel of creating the open and secure Indo-Pacific region that we all want. And we need to remember that. As we have not just defense procurement and purchasing, but MRO activity, ship visits, repairs, all of the things that make the infrastructure of a defense relationship. A lot of times the focus is on the big purchase or the big provider or the thing that is the flashiest or the coolest to see. But man, that foundation goes all the way down. And if you're going to have an effective defense relationship that really promotes the security that we all seek, then every piece of this is necessary. From maintenance to visits to exchange of information to connection and partnership. All of that is happening, and it's happening throughout India. You see these ship visits becoming matter of course. Something that used to be a big and unique deal is now another demonstration of the relationship. And that's a good place to be. Frankly, when you start to say, oh, another ship visit, that's great. Oh, more MRO work, fantastic. Rather than, oh my gosh, we've never done this before. We're moving out of the we've never done this before phase and into the normalization, the continuation of this relationship, and that's good. So where do we take this going forward? This is a theme, and Pradeep talked about this a little bit. You know, whether it's trade or business or education or defense, it needs everybody. To be successful, we need every part of India. All of the innovation centers in Bangalore, Chennai, Coimbatore, Pune, the universities, the research and development centers, the SMEs, the micro enterprises. We're coming up with new words to describe these things every day because there's so much growth. We need everybody with their hands on the wheel. in India and the US. We need to be thinking about innovation that doesn't just promote defense, but helps to solve problems. And that's what ICIT, the Initiative of Critical and Emerging Technology, is here to do. It's here to promote innovations in quantum technology, commercial space, artificial intelligence, green hydrogen, renewables, all of these things that are connected. They are also connected to our efforts in defense. All of this stuff has a symbiotic relationship. And so we need all of the talent here in India. We need all of the businesses that are working on related issues here in India and in the US to come together as we strengthen defense, as we strengthen trade and education. It's not a binary relationship any longer. It's not something that just happens between our capitals. It's not something that just happens between New York City and Los Angeles and Mumbai and Delhi. As everyone in this room, and I met folks from Kerala, from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and elsewhere, everyone understands that the genius and power of India is in the diversity and power of its people. Just as the power of the United States is in every state and every region. I'm from Atlanta, and that's a pretty big city. Many have flown through it at least, spent some time at Hartsfield Airport. I meet a lot of people around the world who say, I've been to the U.S., I went to New York City. Oh, I've been to Los Angeles, the U.S. is great. And I say, yeah, that's right. And then occasionally someone will say, I've also been to Chicago. That's nice too, it's cold though. That's great, right? We are so much more than that in the U.S. We are so much more than that here in India. And we need to take both of those communities, connect them, and all of the power that they have if we are going to take advantage of this momentum and go forward. Thanks very much.
In 2023, we celebrated, Cuts International celebrated our 40th year. So I would request Pradeep Mehta to present a medallion to Consul General. And could you be at the center? Thank you again, everybody. With this, now, I would like to call upon Dr. S. Christopher, former chairman, Defense Research and Development Organization, to deliver his keynote address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. About the talk in the beginning, emphasized and brought in the need for Indo-Pacific region importance, particularly in the defense collaboration, what it should be. Sorry. Well, yes, thank you. In fact, I did switch off, but except for the 11 o'clock alarm which was ringing. So, thank you very much for that reminder. Basically, when we look at the Indo-US relationship, particularly in defense, it was a very close relationship, particularly from defense and particularly DRDO. I'm aware that we have been working very closely with them for quite some time. After the sanction, the whole thing changed a lot. We rather went away from it, and most of the component we went to Europe as well as elsewhere. But then the lag is taking up and picking up, as Christopher was telling, that we are back in the swing. However, is it only the large buying or sort of a trade is the only way to have a relationship? Certainly not. The other alternative is to have sort of a, close exercise, the defense exercise that what we participate. Both of them cannot be a contiguous. If you would like to have a relationship, could be a bilateral or a multilateral, In the case of bilateral, if it is a procurement or a excise, it is a periodic or aperiodic, but certainly not continuous. Will there be a interconnect, people to people interconnect? In order to have that, we need to see that is there any other avenues through which that we can connect people together so that we all in a long run focused and work towards the same goal. As it was told that our PM has taken a step to go over there and try and create certain avenues in which we can work. Should it be restricted to only those 3 or 4 points? Certainly not. Peace is one thing is cannot be assumed, but has to be assured by not only power but also partnership. What we mean by partnership, we should have a friendly nation understanding right from the heart of the people rather than only in a military or other collaborations, because they cannot long last. How do you create that? Should it be possible just by having few interaction with industries? Certainly not. How do we do that in this present scenario? India is going to become by 2030 the highest population of youngsters or youth. Even we even surpass China in terms of youth. And you know the saying in at least in Europe, recently when I was traveling, the decay in the infrastructure is not because of anything else, because want of young engineers and youngsters to do those jobs. So then naturally the catching up has to be done, a good manpower. It's equally a problem for India also. By 2030, if we have more youths and we don't have a proper employment or a proper orientation for them, will it be good for India? Certainly not. In case the rest of the world, where most of the places it is aging, if they don't have a proper youngsters or a good youngsters, will it be useful to them? Certainly not. So there is a question of marrying between the youth population in this region and that too well educated, particularly if you talk of Tamil Nadu or southern regions, much more in industry. Those people, if they are able to connect with United States or most of the other countries, it will be a lot more good for us. In this event that we are talking about deliverables to deliveries, we talk many times about various possibilities of deliverables. Unfortunately, the delivery comes down as a percentage. In case we can rethink and then calibrate, and we can find ways and means to optimize the deliveries, that should be the best. The Ukraine war is a tremendous shock to those who thought peace will prevail forever, and they diverted their even the resources meant for the defense application. It is not only for them, even for many other people in terms of energy crisis as well as the food grain crisis. It's affected the huge population who are nothing to do with war itself. So the peace cannot be assumed. It needs to be ensured or assured through sort of a PP model. When I said PP, power and partnership. While talking about the partnership, 2 things comes to my mind. One is the research. If you are talking about a continuum of activity, relationship, interaction, unless otherwise both the countries looking for an outcome of the event, outcome of a research, it is not going to be a continuous. In case we have programs which are meant for doing a research, in the governmental level, from the governmental big laboratories and US also some laboratories, it may last, it may be known only to certain people. Instead, we are finding there are several other applications which the startup companies are bringing in. Last week, I was with the present chief, Naval Chief, Mr. Harikumar. He was talking about they have recovered a drone which has traveled about 1,600 kilometers, maybe UAV, but it uses a very cheap, sort of an engine, and it could travel all the way, and it could not make a much this thing, but they recovered it. And they brought it, and he was telling me that I am trying to show to the industries here, we do not want only the costlier solution all the time. We do have to have a costlier solution, but will it always solve the problem? Imagine in your home or nearby, you have a very good car. The neighboring person has got a very simple, cheap car. If he happens to come and hits your car, the loss to you is much more than theirs. So they are trying to attack us with as cheaper and worse possible solutions. But should we have a equivalent competing solutions for those things? His request was that, can you find out some companies who can help us out in terms of thinking in those lines? If not a big dent, it's a threat itself is adequate for them to solve that tension at that point of time. So the issues are, we need to find out alternate solutions other than whatever the superior and whatever the super duper projects that we are dealing with. The startup companies are the best solutions. We all know Israel is known as a startup nation, and they have come up by encouraging the startup companies. We do that. In fact, US-India Strategic Partnership Forum is trying to do that, but is it sufficient? Will there be any other way that we can keep engaging with the youngsters and try and see what are their needs? Yesterday I was talking to some of the company which is trying to do, of course it's because I am connected with the IIT Madras, the IIT Madras startup company, one such a thing is called Galaxy. They are trying to put a satellite as well as they are trying to have UAV. Their issue is the UAVs below hail and mail, below the level, is plenty of opportunities at this point of time is there. They would love to see that even in our own army, the avenues are plenty, and not only in our country and around our region itself, there are lots of needs are there. Can we put a sort of a multispectral camera as well as sort of a SAR payload and try and see that a very simpler solution. That is what they are working on. There are tremendous amount of positive signs that they will completely victoriously come out in their endeavors, and there are a lot of backing in terms of money also. Likewise, we have got, in case they go beyond that, beyond that the Predator and other bigger UAVs region, they would like to get into a satellite. Again, there is a need for a cheap satellite. We have another startup company called Agnikul from IIT Madras itself. They are trying to look at for such a small or a cheaper solutions of the satellite, how do we launch it? They are looking at that. And these are all the companies, are the few examples. The India's recent past, the knowledge in the IT and turning towards AI is becoming one of the peaking point for us. So in the event that we are thinking that AI will replace the human being, may not be fully, but however, even the development of AI, knowledge on the software is the one of the things which we can contribute in a big way. Again, the other alternative is, apart from the startup, even can we look at DARPA type of projects? That has been asked many times to DRDO when we were there. So start with, we thought that we'll try and give the projects to the institutions like IITs, which we did. Unfortunately, in the country, the emphasis for the professors for their own growth is not to do any major projects. If they have a publication which can be leading to some good knowledge, but not necessarily a product, they were given the equally good importance and their own promotion growth. Consequently, Indian professors do not go on a major sabbatical to the companies within the country and try and develop products. That's not in their part. So when this thinking came in, and then we thought that what alternative we can do, we have in 2015 when I was the secretary, and then that RM, none other than Sri Manohar Parrikar was there, and he himself was an entrepreneur. So we decided together that we will give a R&D project, a research and development project there is no outcome. Maybe from the industries also should be supported. Until then, projects or the procurements from the industry has to be with an outcome, and if the outcome is not there, they were not paid. Here we well decided that even if the outcome is not completely, it's not a 1-0, even proportionately something we should pay them, then only we can encourage R&D in the industries. Because if you want the product from the academia, that is not happening. The alternative way is to encourage directly the industries. There we started with the Technology Development Fund, 15 crores maximum for per project, but then today it is about 50 crores. And there was a debate between whether DRDO should handle or a Secretary Defense R&D should handle or a Secretary Defense Production should handle. Ultimately, it came to us. Subsequently, even IDEX was started by the both HAL and BEL funded, and that is a smaller amount of money being given for a newer initiative. The deficiencies in that are, today we again go by L1 basis. For a technology, if you say that L1, obviously good product producer or a designer also trying to undercoat and ultimately he's unable to deliver. We are not getting full success in all the projects. Another problem also that we have not encouraged much with the project or the problems statement they came with. Rather that the problems and the projects are decided by the tri-services, scrutinized by the DRDO, and then we publish it. That is another problematic. But then we would like to have sort of a relationship. Should it lead to some sort of a DRDO, DARPA type of relationship, wherein the funding could be from both the nations and the projects can be taken up commonly. Even in the case of TDF, we encourage the industries to join hands with academia to come to the table. Likewise, is there a possibility that the academicians could be from foreign countries? Because we have several people, and in the area of our choice is working in the academic area, not necessarily a defense lab we have to throw open. As a starter, can we have for TDF, can I come with the industry which is willing to knock at the door of the universities and abroad, particularly in the US, and then come with a proposal which can be encouraged. The vice versa. In that case, the even industry from US can probably apply for this, should be open up, some sort of a forum should be created within the country. I mean, this is another alternative I'm looking at. In addition to that, there are several times these projects, when it matures, we do not directly buy it again. The process is L1 or some sort of criteria comes in the production. It's not an assured business for them. Is there any change for the market, both in India as well as in US? If it can be created, I'm sure and more companies and more projects will come. Another point is, I was talking to one of the youngsters a couple of days back. At the time, his point was that they do not have any way to enter through applying or submitting their proposal for the US market because the process is too costlier. If they involve or if they engage McKinsey type of person, that itself is a huge drain on them. They are not able to do that. Is there any way for a small company, small startup companies from India or the vice versa, could be a possibility that they can apply for a limited area, limited places or limited projects? Is there any possibility? These are all the new avenues in case we explore. The type of engagement happens all over the country, not necessarily one major project or one or two MROs or one or two exercises is not the only way that we can link up. People to people connect will become more and more, and thereby we will be able to have more homogeneously the relationship is built. Over a period, we will seamlessly will have the feel for being together and feel for being a partner will happen. And naturally, we will support and ensure that Indo-Pacific region is safe and sound for all of us. Thank you very much.
Would you like to come in? Of course. Will you take a picture? So, the name, yeah, exactly. So, we're going to Well, I'd like to thank both the Christophers for their opening remarks, which are very erudite, I would say, and very forward-looking, and I'm sure that all of us would be very enthused. Talking about Atlanta, we come from Jaipur, and it's not Delhi, Bangalore, Bombay, Madras, Chennai, what have you. And Jaipur is a very beautiful city, the pink city of India, the capital of Rajasthan. It's close to Bombay, it's close to wherever, whatever you can think. So the point which Christopher made is something which, I've been to Atlanta a couple of times, by the way. I have a lot of family there, with which I come to the point that was being made by Mr. Christopher about this people-to-people contact. Only, as I said, last week I was in Australia, and even before that, we been talking about how do we build up relationships between Indian diaspora and us. That's one very strong way how to build people-to-people friendship, because they do come here regularly, and the same thing, Australia is a mini US as far as many of these factors are concerned. And my own son-in-law is an Australian citizen now. All of them, whether it's in US or Australia, it's a very similar pattern, because they all go for higher studies there and then stay back to enjoy a better life, quote unquote. I was offered many times this opportunity, but I decided to stay back in India and not to take up a job abroad for several reasons. I just find it more happy to be here and so on. Now, so people-to-people contact is extremely important, Mr. Christopher, as you pointed out. And I said, this is something which there are many organizations which are engaged in it. You mentioned USISPF, for example, USIBC. Now, their area of work is mainly business to business. Though we as a civil society organization are also part of their activities, both of them, in a big way. In fact, one of the activities we did with USISPF a few years ago, both in India and with USIBC in India, USIBC in India and USISPF in Washington, D.C. was a thing which you perhaps did not mention. There is a US-India Innovation Fund. I don't know what the precise name is, but it is something like this, which needs to be explored for many of the research activities which have, and they have done a lot of good work in the past. But there seems to be, it's kind of dormant and needs to be revived because the program exists, the system exists, probably funding has to be rewired, as it were. But that's an area which I think is something which should come out as a must from this event, that, that should be explored in the area of defense, health, education, what have you. Finally, Mr. Christopher, you spoke about satellite, etc. Now, all of you, I'm just like to remind you about our mission to Mars costed less than a cost of a scooter, the travel which happens. So it is possible, as you have said, that we in India are quite capable of doing things at a very low, appropriate cost, I would say, appropriate. So these are factors which we must keep in mind in order to be self-confident and therefore Atmanirbhar Bharat and not autarkic Bharat, as some people might have misunderstood. Now, one thing which you mentioned, and this is something which you've been advocating for a long time, this L1 approach is bad. Now, I'm told in China they take the average bid. Though in India, in order to overcome the L1 problem, we often have the two-cover system. First of all, you have to be technically qualified in order to be able to put in a financial bid, or your financial bid is not opened until your technical bid is. But even then you suffer from the L1 syndrome, that you may end up buying a bad service and not being able to get the best. So we have to think in terms of average price, so what could be the best possible thing, and I'm sure that might be the best possible way forward. Now, as I said, in terms of common projects that you spoke about, let us explore this US-India Innovation Program. We'll find out more and be able to send you feedback as to what happened. There is a report of the roundtable available on our website which gives you these details, etc. With that, I would like to thank both the Christophers again for this opening remark, and I hope that we have been able to give you sufficient thought to be able to engage into a good discourse during the day. Coming back to the medallion that I gifted to this, we are just celebrating our 40 years. We are proud for that. And later on in the afternoon, after this event is over, we have a 40th anniversary lecture by the noted econocrat or economist Dr. C. Rangarajan, who will speak about Indian economy and its way forward. And I would request you to please stay for that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now moving forward, we'll start with our first session, that is on US-India industrial and strategic collaboration. I'd like to call upon our chair and moderator, Snehesh Alex Philip, Deputy Editor, The Print. Air Marshal M. Mathuswaran, Founder, Chairman and President, the Peninsula Foundation. Lieutenant Anil Ahuja, Indian Co-Chair of the US-India Defense Technology and Trade Initiative, Interagency Task Force, and also Distinguished Fellow, Cutts International Washington Center. Next, Wing Commander Madhusunan, Vice President, Aerospace and Defense, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation Limited. Dr. T. Suvarnu Raju, former Chairman and Managing Director, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. And G. Balachandran, former consultant, Indian Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis.
I try and look after defense, security, and foreign affairs for The Print. And many people on this dais are people that I know and I've worked with closely in the past. And thank you so much, Cutts, for giving us this opportunity to come and be here and discuss this important relationship. Now, you've spoken about the Indo-US ties. I would say that it's a very uncanny relationship for both countries, as a matter of fact. The first is that for the US, they've always operated in terms of allies, or based on treaties. But here with India, they are in a relationship which is not based on any kind of treaty, which is not based on any kind of alliance. India is not an ally of the US. And India follows what is called as strategic neutrality, or strategic autonomy is how they would put it. And we had earlier from the Chennai consulate speaking to us about the scope of defense cooperation that has increased. Of course, it has increased from the days of, when you talk about defense, from the days of the C-17s, the C-130J, and the PA ties, we've now moved to Apache, Chinooks, and of course, we have the Romeo helicopters in the Navy, and also now the Predator drone deal that has been cleared by the US government. But besides all of this technology, there is a lot happening in the background also behind the screen. For example, we have a crisis at the northern border since 2020. And when our soldiers got deployed to these high altitude areas, we didn't have enough of high altitude clothing for our soldiers. A lot of these clothing for the immediate set came from the US because of the logistics agreement that was signed by the Modi government with the US, something that the US has been pushing for long. Also, when it comes to India and China crisis, it is the Americans who are providing us with a lot of satellite imagery, which is helping us have real-time information about Chinese positions and Chinese movements. A lot of this has not come out. But then, as I say, the Indo-US relationship is at a particular point of time, which can only move ahead from here. But is there really the trust? What is driving India-US relations? Is it China that is driving India-US relations? Is there a trust factor, or is there a trust deficit in the ties? And for this, we have an excellent panel here to discuss about the growth of Indo-US defense ties. I have with me, of course, on the extreme left, I have with me Air Marshal M. Matheswaran. He is the founder, chairman, and president of the Peninsula Foundation. I also have with me, G. Balachandran. He's the former consultant with the IDSA, which is now the MP IDSA. I have with me, of course, T.S. Raju, sir. He is the former, chairman and managing director of the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, a unit which will play a very crucial role in the Indo-US ties. Remember that India and US have agreed for the, technology transfer TOT as part of the G engines, and HAL will play a very critical role in this. I also have with me, Wing Commander Madhusudan. He's the Vice President, Aerospace and Defense, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation, and defense plays a key role because of the defense corridor that Tamil Nadu has. And of course, towards the last, on my right, I have with me Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja. He's the Indian co-chair of the US-India Defense Technology and Trade Initiative. That is the DTTI Interagency Task Force and Distinguished Fellow at the CUTS. But DTTI itself is one example of where things can go wrong between India and US. When DTTI was launched, it was launched with much fanfare, but now it's nowhere to be seen. Now we have what is known as the ISET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. So that is something that he would speak on. I've been given strict instructions to limit all speakers to 7 minutes, but so I'll chip in whenever I have to, sir. But first, we will have Air Marshal Matheshwaran, sir, on the issue.
Thank you, Snehesh, and I thank CUTS International for this wonderful program that you put together. Well, let me start, because 7 minutes is a tight time frame, so let me try and catch and pump in as much as possible. The Indo-US or India-US strategic partnership has two elements. One is the foundational strength of people-to-people, alignment and exchanges and interests. And that part has been there from the time of our independence. Our favorite destination for our students is the US for higher education. We've had people-to-people exchanges. There's a very robust and a thriving community of Indians in America who are citizens there now. And you have two of them who are competing for the next presidential elections as well. And it's now the wealthiest community there as well. So the people-to-people exchange and people-to-people alignment, and the alignment from a perspective of democracies and pluralism and diversity has been there right from the beginning. So that foundation is very strong. But when it comes to now geopolitical alignments, that's where the defense and aerospace relationship comes in. When you take space, we've actually worked together on space because of space. When we started, it was outside the defense. And when the US suspected that the space is likely to now materialize into defense strengths, 1993 is a classic example when the US vetoed and pushed us by 20 years in the cryogenic engine program. So geopolitical alignments is what dictates the defense partnership. And there, I think from 1990s to now, there's been a gradual convergence of the two sides. So when we started exercises, they're all part and parcel of those processes. The militaries started exercising for the first time in the early 2000s. And then the frequency has increased and the exchanges are very high. Military education program, we've been doing it for a long time, but that has changed its dimension to a much better and stronger level, and therefore there is a lot of exchanges that take place. So these are progressing, but in 2005, when we now started the MMRCA program, and I indicated to the American team, and since I dealt with this extensively, I said a strategic partnership will have no meaning if there is no strong defense industrial partnership. And that is extremely important. So if you now look at what has evolved from 2007, when we got the C-130J as the first product into the country from the US, we have given a business of over $22 billion. 25 that US Consulate General spoke about, 22 is the signed contracts and a big business for the US armament industries. Good products, It has strengthened the Indian military significantly, both the Navy, Army, and the Air Force. But from an industrial perspective, has there been a great gain? That you have to ask that question, because almost all of them are off-the-shelf buy. Yes, when you start using it, you will have maintenance experience, you will gain something. But when you don't produce something, when you don't manufacture big products, then there is a gap, there's a huge gap. And that is what we need to look at. That doesn't come easily. Whether it's US, France, or Russia, or UK, or Germany, no country will give you state-of-the-art technology access. When you say access, nobody will give you access to the design knowledge, and from where you can leapfrog and catch up with them and close the gap. That's not going to come easily. That comes with a certain pound of flesh that they will take from you, and that is business. And therefore, when you now look at a product for manufacturing, it may be one shade lower, but when you do that with a continuity over the next 20 years, for an aerospace manufacturing process, which the former chairman Raju will indicate, it's a 20-year cycle at least to build that capabilities. And there you learn a lot by developing skill levels through technology diffusion, joint work, joint development. Then you catch up and go process. This is where both sides have had problems. In India, we fail to maintain the consistency and quality of our technology strategic processes continuously over a long period. There are changes and breaks that have come in. And therefore, we are back to the starting point on many projects. The DTTI is a classic example, although now you've got on to another one with ISET as well as Indus X. But I believe that we are still hovering around the starting point. We are not moving forward. The DTTI has been a classic example of all that. So here's where India, I fully support India's position of strategic autonomy and not being part of any alliance systems. The US understands that now, I think, much as they would expect us to be a formal ally. But even with formal allies like the UK and Australia, the US gives only so much of technology, not full. But when you manufacture systems, when you do co-design, co-development processes, you absorb a lot of work, a lot of technology. You get a lot of knowledge, you will develop your skill levels, which will feed into your research and development processes, your educational mechanisms. Exactly like what Dr. Christopher indicated, that they are the processes which we need to strengthen. That was one of the objectives of the offset policy that came in 2005. But unfortunately, the offset policy was skewed by our own people, and therefore it was, I would say, dead at the start itself, and therefore we didn't leverage correctly. I was part of the member of the first offset committee, and gave examples of other countries, including UK, who have leveraged enormously using the offset system. But we've done very partially, and now finally I think we've done the offset process. So the industrial partnership process, while business is increasing, I would cite the example, and Dr. Christopher will agree with me, the Rustam has been in works for nearly 2 decades. And now we've closed that shop there, thanks to the buy from, it's a good product, Predator, and the other, UAVs. But in the bargain, you've actually slowed down your, whatever work that you've done. And that is where I would say, put a big question mark on that strategy part. The diaspora issue, which the CUTS chairman Mehta mentioned about, I'd like to point out certain one. Diaspora linkage is extremely important. It will build people-to-people contacts and strengthen that process. They will come and invest here in business. Investors are looking for profits, successful projects. But when it comes to technology and defense areas, they are US citizens. Remember that. They are governed by the US laws. And therefore, if you think that there's going to be a different favorable outcome because diaspora is investing in a technology project, please, I think we need to understand that quite clearly. It's like any other citizen. They are bound by their country's laws, and you have to understand that process, and your strategies have to be worked out in that entire scheme. What does the future look like? We are in a geopolitical turmoil. I consider this moment as thanks to the Ukraine war and the operations going on in Gaza, the decline in the Western dominance of the international system, the rise of BRICS, all that contribute to a major, turmoil, or I would say a flux in the world order. And this is going to be on for the next, I would say, 2 decades. So this is where we need to actually look at how our relationship gets strengthened and how we build the defense industrial ecosystem jointly through joint projects. Co-development, co-design are good projects. But more importantly, all these years, whenever we've done license production, we've never been part of the global supply chain to export components and products in the defense industry into the rest of the world. That must change. So if Boeing sets up a design facility and creates a joint venture here for manufacturing, we must be part of the global supply chain, much as they do in civil aviation side. They have a factory in, Tata's have a factory in Nagpur, both for Boeing and Airbus, and they are exclusive suppliers to Boeing and Airbus for the global supply chain. In defense, it must work in the same way. And this is what we need to examine. As far as R&D is concerned, if it is not a joint venture, the Boeing R&D facility, the biggest one that's been set up, will work to great advantage for the Boeing because Indian engineers are highly capable and they leverage that expertise. In 2005, when I visited the Jack Welch Research Center in Bangalore, that was GE's largest design center or research center outside of the US. 3,000 engineers in 2005 were working for GE's requirements. How do they contribute to Indian technical and strategic development is a question that we need to ask ourselves. I'll stop here. I don't think, have I exceeded the time? It's
Oh,
okay.
you're well within the time. Thank you so much, sir. But we'll carry forward the discussion with you on the Q&A round.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. He mentioned some very important points, and I think almost everybody in this room would agree that we are still hovering around the starting point when it comes to the defense cooperation between the two countries. And when I say defense, it's the industrial cooperation between the two countries that really matter. Thank you so much, sir, for sticking to the time. We'll now move on to Mr. G. Balachandran. He has been with the MPIDSA. He will talk to us about the possibilities of the Indo-US ties and what really lies ahead for us from a strategic point of view and not just purely from a defense point of view.
Let me thank Kurtz for including me in this panel, because this is a subject on which I've been working for a long time. Okay? Now, my interest is purely this. The future will be determined quite a lot for a country like India, which needs and which plans to play an important role, how it empowers itself technologically. The other things will take their own course, that is trade and all those things, but technology is very critical. You can advance technology in 2 ways. Let me just put the timer so that I don't exceed.
Sneha will help you.
Okay, so tell me over 5.5 minutes, okay? Either you spend your own money or you get from somebody else. On the first count, we have performed abysmally low. Our R&D as a percentage of GDP was about 0.7% in 1970-71. China's was at that time about 0.3%. Today, India, we have maintained at 0.7%. China has gone to 2.4%. That's the first thing. Second thing, the Indian R&D is heavily funded by the government. The industrial R&D is only good in 2 sectors, that is biotechnology and chemicals and medicine. In the engineering, it's almost far less than anybody else. Now, defense technology is what you call advanced, high, critical, whatever you call it. I think they are important for the reason, for geopolitical reasons, but when I say high technology, critical technology, so that there is no misunderstanding between what I mean by high technology and what you consider to be high technology. I consider high technology or critical technologies to those technologies which are not freely available in the market, which means they are the technologies which are controlled by governments elsewhere. Since we are talking about US, I'll restrict myself to US, with which I've been working quite a lot. The US technology is not free for all. There are two technology export control regimes in the US. One is called the Export Administration Act, which licenses technologies, commercial technologies. The other one is called Arms Export Control Act, which controls and licenses technologies which are of defense importance. Mr. Christopher would know, since he was at DRDO for a long time. For a long time, all the strategic establishments in India, which are the ones that are really dealing with technology, that is Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy, and DRDO, were all under sanction by the US government. It was relaxed only about after 2008 onwards. I know of a number of instances where DRDO asked for something, for instance, missile they wanted shake and bake. They said, no way you are going to get it. Now what are things? I'm interested in deliverables to deliveries. Deliveries are dependent on two things: what you ask for and what can be given to you. Unfortunately, in our case, what we ask for is far less than what we can get. For time limitation, I'll say only one thing. As I told you, the US has got severe export control rules, and India was targeted for a long time. Now, many people have talked about India getting STA, MDP, and all those things. Just as a matter of information, MDP has no relevance in US policy. NATO is defined in the US statutes, US code. MNNA is defined in US code. MDP is nowhere defined in any US code. There are special laws which give privileges to NATO and MNNA and others. There's nothing privileged for MDP anywhere under US laws. It was meant for basically as an interagency dispute resolution in US. But since 2008, a lot of things have happened. All the export controls on regimes, there are about, in the civilian one, there are 8 controls: nuclear, non-proliferation, missile technology, which Air Marshal mentioned. Cryogenic, we are sanctioned under MTCR rules because we are not member of MTCR. BAC is sanctioned because India is not part of the NPT. So there's a lot of things that, but they have removed almost all restrictions. So today, in what they call the country list, India is put at par with the NATO and others. Which means that a lot of things are available to us for asking without licensing. But it's only if you ask for. 2, the rules governing commercial and military technologies are different. Commercial technologies, they have got end use which are not restricted by the buyer. It can be incorporated in other things and sold. The defense items which come under what they call munitions list are not transferable to any other item. There are strong rules on retransfer and reuse. Now, as a result, the US has removed a lot of what you call the defense items from the defense list to the commercial list. as a result of which the international usage of what were formerly controlled defense items, now controlled by the Commerce Department, has increased enormously. From almost zero, it's almost $6 billion. Now, India is entitled also to have a lot of these technologies. Out of the 6 billion, India's license of these items is $6 million. We are not asking. 2, cooperative R&D projects. Now the thing is this, we talk about a lot, our knowledge of Indo-US defense cooperation in the public domain is almost zero. I've been asking a lot of people, we are talking about DTTI, DTAG, ABCD, ICET, XYZ. Tell me how many joint cooperative R&D programs are between India and US today? Nobody knows. Somebody knows. It's not in the public domain. The only 2 instances, those who of you may know, is at the time of DTTI, 4 projects are announced called Pathfinder jobs. 2 of them were government to government. One was called MHEPS, Mobile Hybrid Electric Power Systems, and called NGEP, Next Generation Protective Ensemble. We signed both of them. DRDO was given the responsibility, CVRDE for the MHEPS, and the NGPE, the Gwalior laboratory. We abandoned both of them after 2 years. We are not part of those things. And I know of no other projects progress between India and US cooperative R&D. Without cooperative R&D, you end up buying stuff. 2, Marshall talked about offsets. The offsets are usually used by other countries to further the defense industry. As far as I know, as I told you, for any export or transfer or defense item or defense technology, you need a license from US government, State Department. As far as I know, no offset arrangement in India has ever resulted in a munitions license being granted. People talk about Lockheed Martin making empennage for I think 170, 130, right? 130. Tata is making fuselage. None of them are items which are controlled under the munitions list.
That's absolutely true, sir.
I can go to USA, buy it and walk out from the US airport with the empennage without anybody doing anything. Whereas if I buy a munitions items and if they catch me, I'll be put in jail. Therefore, to talk about offsets, defense cooperation, 2, no license has been given to Indian industry. All the licenses, I'm talking only about defense licenses, have been only to public sector entities, DRDO and ISRO. No Indian private industry, in spite of the relaxed export control rules, has ever applied for or denied. Now, only one thing I'll make a point. There's a lot of debate and even nobody knows whether the low usage of US technology in India is because of the non-request for such technologies or for the denial of such technologies. There's a common perception that the US denies technologies even now routinely, those who of you who follow my very good friend Tellis, in a recent article he wrote that the US government denies routinely,
So we've already shot the timeline by
Yeah.
a lot many things.
but when I asked him, does he know of any such case, he said, I don't know. Actually, there's only 4 denials in the whole of 2022 for export licenses. Therefore, I think Cuts and others need to do a lot of hard groundwork. There's no point in talking about we have good friends, we have democracies, we have got there, we have got here, we have got everywhere. Like I tell my friends, every year 5 Nobel Prizes are given, now 6. My life cycle is, say, 80 years. 480 Nobel Prizes will be given during my lifetime. I've got a great opportunity, but I'm not going to get one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this. I'm so sorry for disrupting you
Not at
multiple
all.
times. Raju sir is already ready with his presentations. We'll carry on with the question and answer round, but the fact is that you mentioned that the US has never refused technology. The fact is that a company or even when it comes to this engine thing has been something which has been for works for many, many years, and it's only now that the US has decided to give out some kind of TOT because of the fact that the the engine is no longer needed for the US aircraft. In no future US aircraft would be using the 412 engines. They've moved on to the bigger ones.
That TOT is questionable also, we'll discuss
Yes, the
that.
TOT, as I said, the TOT is questionable too. But yes, and for this, to talk about the technology, to talk about fusion, to talk about cooperation, of course, we have Raju sir, who is the former, the chairman of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, which will play a very critical role in the ties between the two countries. Over to you, sir.
Opportunity to speak on this thing. So I was told to, the slide please. These are the two thematic areas I was supposed to be speaking on to it. But the whole of my some 6-7 slides would give you the total gist on these 2 points. Now, if you look at this industry defense cooperation as a map as such in our country, you can see. Okay. Yeah. Now, basically, if you're looking at Make in India, Atmanirbhar, whatever it is you're saying onto self-reliance, whichever name which comes onto it. Now, this is how the profile which spreads onto it. Now, concept to assessment to design, manufacturing, in-service, disposal. If these are the basic activities, if you're looking around onto it. Now, see the players who are there on that. On the top of it, we have the Aeronautical Development Agency, which would be of the concept, assessment, and design of fighter aeroplanes. Then we have National NAL, which is also up to the design. And then, of course, DRDO, particular to the defense-related thing onto the design thing. Few of the Indian private sectors are into the manufacturing and trying to support in-service activities of the products which are delivered to the services. Then, of course, the government regulatory agencies and Ministry of Civil Aviation, which they restrict the areas of operation which you look into it on the CADMIAT profile. You would understand what has been the role of them currently. Now, moving next to that, the HAL, which is totally right from C to D, it occupies from concept, assessment, design, manufacturing, in service, and to the disposal also. This is one aviation industry which is Asia's largest, which been in its 7 decades. This is the kind of a success story to speak on HAL. It starts from the trainers, fighters, helicopters, and the contributions in the civil sector, aero engines, systems, and aerospace structures. This is where you said that HAL used to supply the Airbus doors, A320 front door, and then now it is not doing, but then till few years back, every alternate A320 single-aisle aircraft has the front doors from HAL supplied, every alternate aircraft. And then, of course, I mean, as we said, Balchandran, that the contracts from the Boeing and Lockheed Martin were towards only public sectors. Yes, HAL did supply the wire harnesses for the F-18, and there were many other projects. And also, we used to fuse certain sensors onto a particular fighter aircraft, and the trials were done with the US companies at HAL. So this is a kind of a growth where you're seeing HAL has moved from a basic trainer aircraft to the latest aircraft, fighter aircraft manufacturer. And then these are the numbers which you see, 15 indigenous technologies, and then you have 14 types under license, that means transfer of technology. But if you see on the engine side, hardly we have only one engine which is indigenously made, but then all the rest of the engines which are flying on the platforms of Indian Defence Forces are all made under license. So if you're looking at HAL as today, it's Navratna company. Of course, the statistics you get, and of course the share price of this company is soaring high. It exports, it has all its latest products of advanced light helicopter, light combat helicopter, and then HTT. These are the success stories of HAL. Now, let's look at these opportunities like the DRDO or DARPA, the second point which has been told onto it. These are the aerospace capabilities in the system. Now, you have design and engineering and IT solutions which you have a segment, and there could be an aircraft integration. As of now, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited is being the one prime contractor of all making on right from nut bolts to the aircraft integration and flying them and delivering them and also removing from the service. Now, but this is the field where the major actors can restrain themselves, and the value addition should be up to 10 or 15%, the branding of the product which goes out from them, because not a lot of industries are matured to that. As the Air Marshal said, that it takes time for you to build. It is not overnight that you create this capability. It took about 70 years for this company to build such capabilities. Of course, there is a large variety. Today, yes, there could be a lot of thinking and discussions and arguments and comments. But then if you look back, I mean, all the intelligent people only sat and take decisions to establish whatever they want in support of the security of this nation. Right? Today, things have changed, situation is moved ahead, and there could be a lot of other opportunities where the private companies could come and participate into it. Like again, a quote Air Marshal saying that strategic partner has no meaning if you don't have a partner who has a capacity. I mean, this is the concept we talk about quite some time right from the inception. I was arguing at every corner, it can't be successful that easily. And the kind of investments which you require in this defense industry were very huge. The numbers are very less. Your margins at the bottom line is very thin. So if somebody has to sustain in this business for long, and the product life cycle is about 3 decades or 4 decades, if somebody supplies a platform or a flying fighter to services, and that would be in service for about 4 decades, would he be surviving just by an MRO after supply? No fleet is more than 100 fighters anywhere, except there are exceptions, of course. We don't have to speak about the numbers. But then with around 100 numbers of a platform, and 40 years you got to live, and you kind of an investment which you require is in thousands of crores. So this is where somebody has to look. Yes, concept is good, but unless somebody supports, somebody is nobody else than the government. So chips in, but of course, these are the capabilities which are built. Hope that would be right now in the supporting ecosystem. You see, very few people are there on ground to support this takeover, even bits and pieces only. There is no line from the beginning to the end except HAL. Now the entries are there. Now many people the startups are coming. Yes, it is good to know that there are so many startups, but then there are issues with them. How do they operate themselves? Who funds them when there is no prototype flying in the air, or your product is not demonstrable as of now? I mean, who is going to invest to them? How would they go? Yes, there are different issues which need to be looked around. Now, what would I say is that for us to go along with the DARPA system or a DRDO, it's more of a collaboration rather than a competition, right? These are the aspects where it supports our thinking and our industry, and also our R&D capabilities will be boosted. And finally, would say that translate these choices to this collaboration rather than competition, bring synergy among all the industries, don't create any redundancies. We need a sustainability. No, you don't look at the short-term profits. See, you just can't make money and then go away in a defense industry. You got to live there. You have to be commitment. I would say that it's beyond the business. I mean, you try to make business in the defense, I think you would be disappointed. But then if you have something beyond the business, yes, you can survive in the defense. And that's how the Atmanirbhar or self-reliance or anything would happen onto it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this presentation as well as for the time, within the time schedule. The fact is that both India and the US are right now at the cusp of a major partnership. Not an alliance, but anything but a major partnership when it comes to defense, and especially in the aerospace sector. And for this, to carry forward the further discussions on this, I have with me Wing Commander Madhusudanan, and he would talk about the opportunities of co-production and co-development, which are integral elements of the Atmanirbhar Bharat that we all aspire to be. And he will also speak about the role and credibility of the MSMEs in India for the defense startup and collaboration. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Snehesh. I'm fortunate that before me, eminent speaker spoke, so I won't have much of scope to play. So I can be within your time limits, so I would not exceed that. I would like to start by quoting Dr. Christopher, who said that peace cannot be assured but needs to be enforced. Fortunately, as for peace not to exist, all that is needed is two individuals. As long as there are two individuals on the face of the earth, peace would not be there. So that means that is nothing but opportunity. When peace is not there, that means it is conflict. And when conflict is there, that creates opportunities for the aerospace and defense industry. So this is a domain, despite all the problems which the Air Marshal or Mr. Raju mentioned, this is a field where it's recession-free. It may have dips and downs and spikes, but this is recession-free. So as long as human being exists, there is going to be an opportunity. And we are telling about, fortunately for me, you have drawn a boundary that I don't need to look at the policies and how governments think and much larger things. I've been restricted to MSME. That's, in a matter of fact, it's a positive thing. Co-production and co-development is nothing new. When I talk about aerospace and defense, I would not look at only the military part. Yes, there are eminent soldiers on either sides of me. So, and I've also been a soldier for a short duration of my life. But still, I would like to look at it in a much larger space. The technologies in aerospace and defense can be bucketed into three categories: aviation, space, and defense. Only the third part is pure destructive piece of something like that. But the first two are dual use. So this gives a wonderful opportunity because it is beyond, as Mr. Raju said, beyond the boundaries. So this is where beyond the boundaries come in. And co-development production, I can quote an example that it has happened in the past. Let me take an example of Boeing 787, the most digital aircraft to be made by Boeing till date. How many of you know here that there is one risk-reward partner based out of Chennai? 38% of the software on board the Boeing 787 was touched at Chennai. And this didn't happen today. This happened way back starting from 2002. There were something like 600 engineers operating out of Sodinganallur and Ambattur here in Chennai, working on the 787. So for every 787 which is sold today, money comes to India. And it's an Indian-grown company. I don't want to name the company, but there has been example of co-development, but that's on the aviation field. So there has been an opportunity which has been tapped. And I would like to look at the current opportunities. What are the current opportunities? Let me just list out few of, when I focus on the word deliverable, deliverable is something which is opportunity. So the Indian government shopping list is huge. To quote some, FRCV, 1,770, with a budget of something like $10,800 million. I don't know how many zeros would be there on that. It's beyond I cannot fathom the number of zeros there. FACV, 2610 pieces at $8,000 million. Indian Aircraft Carrier 2, $20,000 million. Then P-75I program, $7,000 for 6 of them. I'm just quoting some numbers. LCA Mark II, about 210 of them. AMCA, 125. TED BF, another 100. The numbers are huge. The money is huge. Then fortunately, the government has come up with certain policies. Yes, there would be a lot more desired. We need the reforms to be hasten much more. But there is a step which has been taken, despite the fact it is slow. The positive integration list, which has more than 500 items, which has been declared that it has to be made in India. So where does it throw up? This is the opportunity for MSME. And for MSME, it's a tricky road into that. Again, I'm a local hardcore Chennai native guy. So the first show at Albert Theatre for Rajinikanth movie is going to be tough. It is really tough to get in there. But the fun of getting in there and watching the movie, I know that you would not be able to watch the movie, but the very fact that you are able to enter that, go through that madness, and come out with a satisfaction is something which probably needs to be imbibed by the MSME here, because it is a tough entry, because entry is not so easy. So Mr. Raju spoke about the process where it involved concept, assessment, design, manufacture. I would rather shrink the process into 4. Design, manufacture, testing and evaluation, and in-service. If I look at that, most of these technologies have been developed, design. That's been done by OEMs predominantly from US and other things. But the manufacturing part, yes, Mr. Balachandran said that the manufacturing part, the niche technologies are not available or not given here. But this is a space where there is considerable amount of real space available for Indian MSMEs. If I quote examples, for example, Rolls-Royce, when they started off with Trent 500 engine, they had something like 1,000 suppliers. For the Trent 700 engine, it became something like 700, less than that. Right now, the number of suppliers, direct suppliers, is very, very low. What does it mean? It is nothing but outsourcing of work. And when the tier 1s take up large number of jobs, it naturally flows to tier 2s and tier 3s. It is at this level where we are in the manufacturing sector because of the increasing, earlier the pyramid was just one level, the OEM, tier 1. Whereas now there is an opportunity for place for multiple tiers, tier 3, tier 4, where industries can chip in. Then comes, once manufacturing is done, but to get into that, the industries have, as I said earlier, they have a lot of barriers. And this barriers, main thing is quality barriers. People have to get used to technology, used to barriers. The MSMEs need to get into the marketing drive. They need to get into that and understand what is needed to ensure that they are able to plug themselves into any one of the tiers. From there, they could move up gradually. I would rather say that there is no place at the top as of now, but there is place at the bottom of the pyramid from where industries have the required capabilities, and if there are not much of capabilities, these capabilities could be built in internally, because we are a country which is going to have, like what the earlier speaker said, we are having a demographic dividend wherein we are going to have a huge number of youngsters, qualified youngsters who have the fire in the belly, and this would enable us to get into the bottom of the pyramid from where we can move in. And it is the opportunity, and for ensuring that this deliverable translates to deliveries, the barriers need to be overcome. And for which, I would say, I think I'm running out of time, I'll come. for which the government policies, though it may not be adequate, are directed towards this. Including, I can speak about the government of Tamil Nadu policies. I would not look at Delhi level. I would rather look at within this state. So we are ensuring that whatever is the gaps which are inhibiting the traditional manufacturers to get into the supply chain of the global or the national majors in the aerospace and defense, whatever is the barriers, we are trying to ensure that these barriers are reduced. I cannot assure that these barriers can be removed, though it's the most desirable, but these barriers would remain in place, and we can only strive to reduce these barriers, and whatever is needed for this, we have established within the state of Tamil Nadu to ensure these barriers are overcome. And in case I have time, I can dwell upon it later if Snehesh permits.
The Q&A.
Yeah,
Q&A
that's it.
round.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us on this. And you spoke about barriers, and that is why we have our next speaker, Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja, who will talk about addressing the bottlenecks in the innovation for defense excellence, the IDEX, that has been launched by the two countries, and the US-India joint collaboration from underwater to space. Of course, the ISET, sir, we would like to ask you, how can ISET really be, or the India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, be the driving force or the success story for the India-US ties, sir?
At the outset, thank you, Cuts, for giving me this opportunity to be here, meet a large number of old colleagues, and sit next to somebody who says he's a hardcore Tamil Nadu or hardcore Chennai man, somebody who's hardcore North Indian man, to come and sit and share this platform, to share some views. Now, in addition to what was given to me and what Snehesh just highlighted, for me to mention about ISAT, how would it contribute to developing and strengthening our relationship? Well, I would digress from the script that I had prepared, but since a large number of co-panelists and eminent opening speakers have spoken before me, and they've, a lot of thrashing has been given to DTTI and lots of other things that we did not achieve. We did extremely badly. Some of it, the person who was responsible for some of those brickbats and worse than that is here. And I would try to put it in perspective. Now, the fact that we have a multifaceted, consequential global relationship is a fact, highlighted, wouldn't like to reiterate. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's understand one aspect. That all these trade regulation, ITAR, and export administration controls, now all of them were created as guardrails. They were not created as roadblocks. And what will take to overcome them is not only technology, not only trade. What will take to overcome them is something strategically significant, what impacts us in the Indian Ocean, which helps US and which helps India in this global power struggle, where there's a global power manifestation. And that drive has to be stronger than the drive, the urge to control it. So if we want to connect the dots of lots of wisdom that's been given since morning, what we need to do is, we need to look at progressively that how is this relationship evolving into technology, not only in technology and defense industrial thing, but strategy, technology, and industrial cooperation, be it in civil, be it in military. And how we have come into, the trashed DTTI and the IDEX and the Defense Innovation Unit that came in, the ISAT, the INDUSX that we are coming together, and for making this relationship meaningful for both the countries. Now, since morning you've been hearing it, and it would be amply clear to you that if I was to put it, there are primarily three drivers. Number one, look at it from the US perspective. The driver is of harnessing the Indian qualified talent. We have plenty. Next 10 years in the semiconductor industry, according to a CSIS study, you need about 350,000 people in next 10 years, and 70 to 90,000 people for the fabs that are under construction today. You need them, and this is how we can bridge the technology gap with China in a telescoped time frame. Now, we do it by broadening our technology, by our core research, core development, by getting economies of scale with the size of market that we have, and making the supply chains resilient on both sides. I look at it from Indian perspective. Now here, yes, we are getting technology, we are getting investments, we are getting opportunities to do research, the facilities that we don't have in our country. And we are obtaining access to all these advanced facilities. We are becoming part of the value chain. And of course, for a country like ours, jobs and economic growth are extremely important. And finally, it's support in our quest for Atmanirbharta. It's all fine. These are the drivers. They have become more of a reality today than they were yesterday. There is a genuine understanding of mutual dependence, and therefore we are cooperating and we are attempting to lower the barriers that we did not lower yesterday. Now, technology cooperation, now it has evolved. It is a very evolutionary process. It cannot be a revolution. Nobody gives you technology gift wrapped to be used. Neither can he give it, nor can we absorb it. Now, we look back at 2004, next step in strategic partnership, 2014-15, we went on to operationalization of DTTI. Now, this DTTI, I can answer it in question-answer session. It has not failed, it has evolved. It has evolved into what in 2018 we went in for that memorandum of understanding that memorandum of intent that we signed between the Defense Innovation Organization and our IDEX and the Defense Innovation Unit on the US side. We went in for it, and then 2022 and 2023 we went into ISAT. Now they have grown, and the other eminent members from DRDO sitting here would bear this out, that it was much longer earlier than the ISAT that we started talking of cooperation for G414 engines, whether it was the HAL or it was under the ambit of DTTI. So this is what has matured today. Now, and this is how it will proceed. Now, lot has been said that these building blocks that we made or the major defense partner status that we had is not giving us a legislative authority. But let me just give you my perspective without contending some other perspective. What I just wish to say is that major defense partner, it helped us, and which got formalized under Title 10 and which got incorporated in National Defense Authorization Act of 2017. It gave us a smooth transition across Obama administration and Trump administration. We had a smooth sailing during the Trump administration, and today it's perhaps ISAT which will give us the strength, if we can build it, to have a smooth transition across the administrations. Now, today, DTTI, IDEX, DIU cooperation, they've got subsumed under ISAT. And the defense-related wing of ISAT is IndusX. We have these programs. We recently had this in November, just before the 5th 2+2 dialogue, where we had for underwater communication and regarding the oil spill detection and all. Now, they will build into it. Now, the biggest advantage of going into industry and this is that, gentlemen, 1998, take your mind back. We had started having Malabar exercises a little earlier than that. 5-6 years earlier than that. But come Indian nuclear test, you had plugged in something, you plug it out. Military exercise, I mean, somewhere Wing Commander Madhusudan, I don't really like his face, and we were, we fall out of each other, and we plug it out. We'll not have Yuddha Abhyas next year. But once you have had cooperation in innovation, when you have collaborated under IndusX, industry to industry, and when you have invested millions of dollars, you've seen it under ISET of how much of investment has come in the semiconductor sector, millions of dollars. Now, you can't plug it in, plug it out. It's a ballast that has been added to the relationship. That's how it's progressively maturing. And let me finish by giving just a few suggestions that, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that we do not really move with short-term interests. We tried to show short-term interests in DTTI. I mean, I wanted everything, every technology, conceivable technology, I wanted it. And every conceivable trade, our friends in the US, they wanted it. They wanted privileged, non-competitive access to acquisitions. Both of us had grandiose, looking at it in hindsight, unrealistic expectations. They'll not last. It has already been mentioned. And we have to maintain trust. We have to cooperate in going ahead and in realizing. Let me give you just 5 points and finish it there. Give me just 2 minutes. That, we have great manpower. We've already realized it. Talented human resources. But then Indian skills and the US compute power must combine so that the benefits of co-development and all the commercialization of technology that we achieve, they equally flow to us also in the long run. Today we are okay. We are getting skilled, we are getting jobs, we are getting money. But tomorrow we would like to share the IPRs. And tomorrow we would like to build our own capability. Gentlemen, otherwise we'll remain the largest importers of defense arms or the second largest importers unless we collaborate to build capability between us. We should not remain contented to being lower tier vendors and lower tier suppliers. With ISAT, we have expanded the scope hell of a lot. Earlier in DTTI, we were just in defense. Today, there is civil and military overlap. It gives you advantage for dual use, but it has huge challenges in cooperation. And you need that coordination, internal coordination on US side, you need it on the Indian side, and you need between both for lowering the trade barriers. We have to formalize the procedure, something like we did the major defense partner I mentioned in NDA 2017. We have to work to formalize it for the next administration, whosoever comes. There's a bill in the US Congress regarding technology exports to India. Let's see what's the future of that. Guard against the repeat experience of DTTI, realistic expectation of lowering of ITAR, because whatever you can do within it, try and do within that. And finally, let me conclude by saying, ladies and gentlemen, the strength of the relationship is in trust, in having patience, in understanding that it is evolutionary, it has a long gestation period in which there'll be turbulences. There'll be Katsas, there'll be Ukraines, and there'll be Pannus, which will come in this relationship. If we can overcome this, understand this trajectory, and have patience, I think we would be able to stabilize this relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this session. I now open the house for questions. Please identify yourself. Raise your hand. I'll reach out to you. Please identify yourself and ask the question. Of course, the first hand's been raised here. To you, sir, and please address the speaker that you want the want to be answered to.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Just a question to four of the panelists. First one to Air Marshal Matheshwaran. I know he rightly brought out about the Rustam case. We had to drop it and move on to something else for whatever reasons. We went through the same thing when we had the HF-24, the story which is well known. So there's always a situation where you will be offered something better at a lesser price because of the commercial interest. Now, how do we overcome this? Now, that's a serious challenge, because this is for the higher defense organization to look at this and ensure that our long-term products are interested and not be swayed by something which is on offer. So, Rustam's failure obviously will be analyzed separately. That's your question. For Mr. Balachandran, you spoke about R&D, which is a very valid point. The recent budget announcement has 1 lakh crore, which has been announced for R&D in the startup, with phenomenal advantages which will accrue hopefully. So I would like to hear your comment. And Mr. Raju, HAL has always been blamed for many shortcomings, and we know, having been users, but specifically on the Kaveri engine, we are compelled now to go on to 414. We failed, and despite spending a lot of money. So, how do we overcome this learning curve? And Madhusudan, I'm also a Rajini fan. Nothing more for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm told that we'll take some more questions there. We have 2 hands raised there. One to the gentleman first, because he raised the hand first, and then I'll come to you, ma'am. Yes.
Me, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. A few questions. One is, General. Thank you.
So please identify yourself also.
Sir, my name is Rishi Atreya. I am the head of strategic studies with Indus International Research Foundation and the editor of the yearbook. First question, I'll in fact address it to the last speaker, to Lieutenant General Ahuja. Sir, you said that Ukraine, Pannu, and Katsa will come. You see, to take the question of Ukraine, one statement that in fact Dr. Jaishankar has consistently maintained, that India is not going to stop buying oil from Russia. India has found ways of circumventing sanctions about oil. And Russia, whether we like, nobody here needs me to tell them that Russia continues to be India's largest defense supplier. And it's not even technologically possible to eliminate the Russian connection to defense. And the second largest supplier of defense to India actually is France. And France and the US did have a falling out over AUKUS. To what extent does India actually want to get dependent on the US? And one of the speakers mentioned about Boeing having a large development center in India. And General did say that India should become an IPR holder and not just a vendor. Well, so how would, if assuming Boeing or anyone has a development center in India, effectively, how can you prevent India from getting access to defense technology? I mean, how much can you, if you want, you call it leakage or call it transfer, how effectively isn't this an indirect way of India being able to access defense technology? But Boeing is not US owned. Boeing is also largely French owned. So thank you. These were the main questions.
Thank you so
sir.
much, sir. Next, the lady there, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Shweta Kumari. I'm an associate fellow at Vivekanand International Foundation in New Delhi. I have two questions. One to General Ahuja. Sir, my question is that ISET, like DTTI, as you said, it was in a kind of learning experience for both India and the US. And there were a lot of inadequate strategic underpinnings and a lack of overall defense framework at that point in time. Now that ISET has come up, and it's been 1 year now, so I have a very simple question: that what is the report card of ISET now that we have completed 1 year? Like, have we achieved what we should have achieved in a year in ISET, and what are the areas where we can work upon? My second question is that we call India-US relations as one of the most consequential partnership in the 21st century. But when issues like this PANU issue comes up, and when the chairman of Senate Relations Committee, he says that there was a blockage until and unless they got assurance. So where does then this partnership stands when in terms of deliveries, if something like this, this drone deal is blocked just because of this issue, so where is the optics of the trust? If we talk about, if we are talking about trust, where does that trust belongs, and where does that, in terms of narratives, where does this India-US relation stands when there is a constant irritant when it comes to issues like PANU, which directly impact India's national security sensibilities? So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Priya Suresh, Associate Professor, International Studies Department, Stella Maris College, Chennai. I would like to thank the panelists for highlighting various important points in the US Defense Strategic and Security Partnership. As we are aware, there are several metrics in the India-US relations, and one of the most important metrics is the technology transfer. And in that, if we look at it, the barriers are export control, licensing processes, and divergent strategic objective. I'd like the panelists to throw, brief us more, as to how we could overcome these challenges so that we are able to improve or engage in a better dialogue on deliverables to deliveries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll request the answers to be as short as, detailed but short as possible, because we are getting into our lunch time, and there are many people here who I'm sure are hungry and want to network too.
Yeah, okay. So, come to Vasan's first question with respect to the Rustam and HF-25 experience. The short answer is that there is, I would say, there is a gap or there is an issue with respect to technology strategy. national technology strategy, which is, I would say, I mean, the political leadership will have all the advices, but the leadership has to be very clear as to what is our strength, what are our weaknesses, what are our gaps, and where do we want to get to, and that strategy must be in place. Unfortunately, from the examples that you've given, it's quite clear that that strategic continuity is a problem. Anyway, so now that we've gone through that experience, I think we should have learned, and I think we are learning the lessons, is of HH24 is a huge experience that we missed out. But now that Tejas is complete, the only way to go forward is to go through the derivative process of Tejas Mark II, which I believe will be the most, will be the backbone of the air power of both the Air Force and the Navy. And we should stick on to developing that in a big measure. And then, of course, the AMCA, etc., will come along. But more importantly, in the strategic continuity and the technology strategy part, I would like to cite an example, is that France is the example that I actually like most. So when Charles de Gaulle, after the war, he saw the world that was coming out is an American-dominated world. And he says, you still have the euphoria of the France having been a great empire and the grand empire status needs to be maintained. But they understood quite well. The route to strategic sovereignty, the route to technology sovereignty is arms industry and arms exports. Right from 1947, when they laid out those strategic roadmaps, they have not faltered in that. Today, the French are not dependent on any critical technology. And therefore, when you talk about ISET, critical technologies will not come to you easily. You can work together. But critical technology is the family jewels of that country. They're not going to give it to you. Right? You have to work through a strategy. So the French are not dependent on any critical technology on anyone in the world. And that is why, as early as 70s and 80s, the SNECMA was confidently able to get into a partnership with General Electric on the civilian aero engine CFM54. The General Electric benefited from that technology inputs from France. So this is where we need to understand there are two aspects to technology strategy. One is to build your industrial ecosystem and MSME ecosystem, which will generate jobs, will build skill levels, will get you into the export market, which is the common technology areas, license production, then value additions, all that process will come. But critical technology is where there is no shortcut to that route. You have to invest what needs to be invested. You have to build that capability, you have to build that skill levels, you have to have a strategic roadmap. So in a lot of track 2 dialogues that we've had with the Americans, and that relates to DTTI as well, the Americans have politely put across we need to know there are gaps in our capabilities. And therefore, we've been wanting the latest and the state-of-the-art technology access immediately. So in some cases, they said we politely put across saying that there are certain first few steps you cannot, miss out. And therefore, let's go slowly, and then we can accelerate and leapfrog. Unfortunately, that's been a problem with our strategy. And therefore, many of the programs and projects have not taken off. The Kaveri is a classic example. The Kaveri is a 4th generation engine that we wanted to make as the first aero engine without having made any examples of aero engine before. Quite naturally, it's going to be a Herculean task. And we've done good work, 30 years of work. But now, when we wanted to now move further, we got stuck. Because optimization of thermodynamic cycle, and Chairman Raju will explain that more, is going to be a challenge. And when that challenge comes, nobody is going to help you. Aero engine technology is the high point of defense technology. No country is going to part with that critical areas to you. So when SNECMA said we will plug the gaps in 2008, and told GTRE and DRDO that we will plug the gaps and we will make Kaveri engine fully successful, we got into the dialogue. When I asked the question, I said, you're going to bring in your technology assistance, you're going to plug the gaps. How are you going to do that? So they said, the major problem is the thermodynamic cycle in the Kaveri engine core. We will remove the core, bring in the SNECMA core. I said, okay, that is your engine. It's no more Kaveri. No, but you've done the work. We are, helping you. Then what will JTRE do? They will do the external part, the casing and the after parts. And so I said, how are you going to assist them? Because another part is access to 100 years of database that they built. If our designers work with them together, then they will learn enormously and they can leapfrog. So when I asked him that question, I said, are you going to, you said we will jointly work and jointly develop. Will our engineers come and work with you, delving into your database? And it was a lady who was the vice president. She said, no way. They will design, give it to us. We will tell them what is wrong. We will go give it back to them. They'll rework. This is the process it will work. So no country will give it to you. That is why when Chairman at that time, Raju said, we are now starting a 25 kilonewton engine work. I said, it's never too late. Let's start and perfect that and then move on to the engine. So defense technology partnership, what will happen when we actually now relate this to the US-India partnerships? There will be many joint ventures, many licensed productions. And when you mentioned about technology transfer, G414 engine contract, I presume it is now materialized, 90 engine contract, it's a licensed production. It's state-of-the-art engine will come. A licensed production will bring production technology, which itself is a high-end technology. You will, when you train your people, you will absorb a lot of skill levels. When you run through this production run of over, let's say, 10 years, this 90 engine, take my words, will expand to 300 engines when the Mark IIs now materialize. So you have another further 250 to 300 engine manufacture that will happen. That is where this absorption of having done 90 engines will now realize into value additions from our side. That is a way to leverage. Otherwise, don't remain a licensed producer. That's what we've done with Russian experience. We missed the boat with Russians. A lot of technology could have been absorbed. But here, this is what you need to have a technology strategy. Absorb the technology, bring in value addition, learn the material technology, learn the metallurgy, learn the thermodynamic cycle optimization, and then move on to taking over and designing your own engine and bringing out your way. That's the way to go about it. But this takes time. It will take 20 years. It's not going to happen in 5 years. It's not going to happen in 10 years. This understanding of this time frame in the defense technology is what the national leadership needs to have a very clear perception about. When you understand this time frame, then in every project, the national leadership will bring in accountability. If you do this L1 business, then you're killing this entire process. And the paradox in this country is, the DARPA model is all about competitive. I'm an absolute fan of DARPA model, and we've been talking about it to the audio for a long time. But the DARPA model is followed by ISRO and the atomic energy. So when you select somebody in the MSME with a passion to develop a niche technology, and you handhold him, you bring him through the concept into the final manufacture, then you've got to support him for the next 30 years, unless he flunks it by failing in the quality. This is what. So you can't keep doing L1 system and every time a new tender and then, bringing in a new guy. So the guy who's developed, won the first contract, doesn't have a surety of getting the next contract. This difference is what needs to be addressed. And this is what not being addressed. So if the joint ventures in the US industries come and set up joint ventures here, and if they have to face the L1 system, not many will come. And that is what we need to look at. That again, a technology route gets, affected. I'll stop here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Look, as far as, technology transfer, R&D is a very complex business, and the time frame. Only thing that I worked with Dr. Arunachalam and myself, we were working on a major project on R&D and technology transfer. If you import a technology, we studied the history of Japan and South Korea, how they went from an importing to an exporting country. It was a long-term process. I do not know how much money. Only thing I know is this. Today, down from the office of the principal scientific advisor to the government of India, to the head of a national laboratory, nobody knows what is the level of R&D in industry. Two, without industrial R&D, you will not have overall development. That's all I can say. And thirdly, my interest in this subject at this moment is this. The US, for a variety of reasons, have been quite understanding of India's requirements. How do we leverage the accessibility to US industry and US technology to further Indian technology and industry. Not how India does its technology, how do we leverage that? That's all my interest is. Thirdly, there's one thing which I found, there's a certain degree of skepticism about US. Just as a matter of interest, the Office of Naval Research, which is a major naval research center in US, funder, wanted to move the headquarters, Asian headquarters, from Singapore to India. The Indian government said, you cannot do that. So long as you still have a residual suspicion about US, and which still persists today, I don't see any future at all.
Thank you, sir.
So first, I think you talked about the Kaveri engine, I think Marshall has explained. We did, from nowhere we come up and created an engine. There are 5 issues on that. For whatever reason, we can comment, criticize, read, whatever it can be, but for whatever reason in our country, we have not given importance to aero engines. Almost all the engines on the flying platforms of this country are imported, except one, PTAE, which is on the UAV, Lakshya, a small jet engine, which was created. And only stories that tell that HAL started in 1970 itself, an engine built up and then stopped. It's a big topic anyway, and there are senior scientists sitting at Delhi are thinking why India is not able to produce these engines and all. So all the nuclear scientists are discussing this at Delhi. I really don't know how far they would be going on to it. But then I understand, I'd been to a GTRE recently for some function. I'm sure that we'll be getting a good news in a year. What was aimed at, maybe I don't know whether I can speak that thing or not, but then I'm sure that they're going to make us proud soon in a year or 2 of it. And as it said, Marshall, the engine technology, which is the topmost this thing onto it, even if you change a person who is manufacturing that component, you need to requalify him. We are making 14 engines under license, either it's Rolls-Royce or Snecma or the Shakti engine, right? You change a machine, the manufacturer, the OEM gives you a process how to do it. You have no liberty to change anything on the process. The moment you change the process, I think if people would remember, Air Marshal would definitely remember Rolls-Royce making a noise on HAL on Jaguar aircraft engine. Just because we stopped the manufacturing process given by the Rolls-Royce and we used our own thing, right? So these questions do come. But then if the customer is with you, today we are at a very high level of confidence on the technology, right? Now, we never knew how to write a maintenance manuals for the fighter aeroplane. But Tejas has created the opportunity. I have spent 3 times or 4 times. My butt quote was 1 crore. I think I landed up in spending 19 crores. We rewrote, wrote 5 times. At least the 6th time it is good. And today we can write anything. It's like advanced light helicopter took us 15 years of R&D. And everywhere we got a beating. Brown and black. LCH next mode, it is 9 years. LUH is in 6 years. That's the kind of a learning with a multi-jigs to a single jig frame we are learning. We are there on the technology. I would say that, this used to be my statement that no top of the technology will be given to you. It has to be developed indigenously. There could be a lot of cooperation, co-development, co-production. And one of the members asked that the Boeing largest design office is there, and why does the AP, we are getting exposed to it. It's not only this, there are many foreign companies, the aero companies, GE, all the research department is here. Here, if you want a doctorate to do a research in US, you got to pay about $20,000 a month. Here you get it for how much? 10,000 rupees, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs. This is the kind of knowledge which is available here. But all these engines, back-end job is being done. All the parts analysis, thermal analysis is being done in Hyderabad. There's a company which does that. But we don't have aero engine designers in India. I mean, that way we can, reasons and arguments can continue to have onto it. But even if you have a research departments, R&Ds here, IP cannot belong to you. You can't hold that IP. That's the problem. Right? It would be stated as a law. I mean, I'm also an IP student, and I did by chance anyway. So in the course of a business of your development or a course of work, you develop an IP, it belongs to the company, not to you. Right? And then as Indo-US relations, yeah, it's a big subject. I've seen this for last 3 decades. See, I was cleared by Government of India to go to US to assess a project which is India is buying. Right? I mean, till 38 years of my service, even though I'm cleared by Government of India, I never got visa to visit USA. Okay? It's for those 2 days or that particular trip. Now, I used to say that, I used to fight with the ambassadors and all. If I have not the choice of selecting my vendor or the man who's selling me, if I don't have a choice to see him and talk to him directly at my will, what kind of a business you can do? As simple as that. But now things have changed. From 3 decades, I'm seeing that initially we used to get a pink slips. Anybody HL goes, you get a pink slip. Some lucky fellows used to get. Today, after discussion, they say that we go stand near the window. They'll say, please give us additional information, we'll give you. But at least now we get this visa for a small period within 8 weeks of time. So there is a change. And if it is not listed under ITAR, you can get anything from there. I mean, one example I said, we were trying that one trainer aircraft which need to go for an inverted flight, and then there used to be a parachute onto it. When we talked in India, that was a challenge for me that I said I'll develop in 3 years. So the parachute system itself, they said it will take 3 years, an Indian government agency which is stated that, no, we'll develop, but it will take 3 years. On a 2-day visit to US, I went across a company, and then suddenly we thought that fellow can do it. We gave him an order, right? In 6 months, he developed and delivered. So, I mean, wherever there's some, suddenly, of course, 6 months when they are delivering, and suddenly they came to know that it's going to be used in HCL, and some cartridges were missing, but of course, we pulled it out after 3 months of this thing. And Madam, last TOT you're saying, transfer of technology depends on how we define it onto it. See, it is the OEM earlier all along. My first trip was 1986 to bring technology to India on a fighter aeroplane accessories. I know how I was treated at that time. Okay? I mean, I'm fresh enough of 6 years of my joining HCL, went there. I know how 46 industries I visited, I know how I was treated. But today, we are very strong enough. If I sit on the table and discuss with whoever is trying to sell me, and if I stand up and I say I'm not in agreement, all on the other table will stand up. Right? To that extent we have come. But then it's again government to government. How well, see, the man who spends billions or millions of rupees can't be giving you everything to you. Right? You may get a 60G accelerometer, you want it, but then they'll give you 20G accelerator, not 60G. So there are, I mean, it's again depends on how well you can negotiate, and depends on relations between the 2 countries. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, sir. Please.
Okay, now, just to give the finishing touches to some of the questions that were asked towards the end. Lots of specifics have already been covered. Let me first very briefly touch on what Mr. Rishi Atre mentioned. Well, yes, Russia has its place, US has its place, France or anybody else has its place. And it would be incorrect for us to consider either of them a substitute. I'm not talking of larger framework, obviously they have their own place, but even in the field of defense, where we have, if I was to pick up top partners, we'll have about 4 of them, all of us know it. none of them is a substitute. But there is a subtle shift which comes over a period of time. If you read in the open domain, you look at the CPRI reports, you've been publishing these annual reports yourselves, that if you look at the statistics about 10 years back, you know, Russia and France, if you take the total of acquisitions from them for about last 15 odd years, if you look at it, or maybe 20 years, the total has been 30%. Till about 10 years back, it used to be Russia in the region of about 24-25% and France 5 to 7%. That used to how it used to make total of 30. But if you look at the very latest CPRI reports, you will find that this percentage, Russia around 12 odd percent and France about 14 or 15%. So what's happening is, as the things change, as our operational requirements change, as our experience changes with equipment, there is a subtle shift which is not a strategic kind of shift. Now your question was, who would be our dependable partner? And now Dr. Swarn Raju has already mentioned about these centers being, whole lot of these centers being here, but we not getting access to the developments that are going on. Gentlemen, let's understand one thing. Even today, the way US works, I mean, it's a reality that we have to accept and we have to move on. The only Patriot missiles that are assembled, that are made, the facility is in Japan. And in that industry, I understand that there are areas where even the Japanese can't enter. Similarly, certain F-35 facilities which have been created in Italy, they are off bounds even for the Italians themselves, where the government has spent millions of dollars. So the fact is, the ultimate reliability you have to understand is what? What you need a defense partner for today and what you need for day after tomorrow. You have to make a distinction. For tomorrow and day after, your most reliable partner is you. It is our entrepreneurs, it's our innovators, our industry, our young people who have to make this happen. Our industry has to make it happen for tomorrow and day after. But for today, you need dependable partners who can stand with you for 40 years and where you have trust and all that. I'll not go into the rest of those details. I'll leave it there. Hope it satisfies you reasonably. Then Dr. Shweta asked two questions. Now, your thing was our experience of DTTI, how are we building on ISET and what have we done about it in last 1 year from 31st January 2023 onwards. Now, DTTI, gentlemen, you would have heard enough criticism. You'll continue to hear of the criticism. Perfectly fine. The fact was, we started with certain very high expectations. Till today, America calls it Defense Trade and Technology Initiative. And from the very first day, we call it Defense Technology and Trade Initiative. So we could not even reconcile what is a greater priority, whether it is trade or technology. For each one of us, it was different. The second was, we always said that we do not have a buyer-seller relationship. And we rise above that and develop each other's capability for meeting the common challenges in the Indo-Pacific, etc. The fact is, there was an expectation. There was an expectation that technology will come unrelated to something, it will come gift wrapped to me. And the expectation was on the American industry that they will get non-competitive access to our billions of dollars of acquisition process. The list was laid out very amply by Wing Commander Madhusudan. So that expectation, it did not let us realize the true worth of technology cooperation. And finally, when we said that we lower licensing barriers, we lower technology barriers, I already said, they were not roadblocks, they were guardrails for respective countries. Neither would we change our procedure, nor would they change their procedure. And here, the highest level of interaction was at the Secretary Defense Production. And there, Under Secretary of Acquisition, Trade and Logistics, then, which was combined, it has been diversified into two Under Secretaries today. Now, this was not good enough to push the system to change. Now, what has happened as we've gone to ISET? This level of pushing has gone on to the NSAs. So they can push it. The scope has increased in the civil and military technology field. We had about 8 or 9 when we started off earlier in January last year. And in December, we just had the review at the Deputy NSA's level. About 5 odd topics have more been added. It's there in the joint statements of September and June. You can have a look at them. So what has happened is 1 billion, 5-7 companies have already brought in, Micron, Lam Research, Applied Materials, Microchip Technologies, and Microtechnology also did their groundbreaking in Gujarat. You would have heard of that, and you would have also heard of this advanced Micron devices, and we've already spoken of Boeing opening up centers here. So we moved. But please remember, 2023 was a honeymoon for ISET. An extended, accelerated honeymoon. We had 2 back-to-back summits in June and September. Whether this momentum will stay, it depends on all you stakeholders who are sitting in this hall. You have to make it happen. That's only it will extend.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. We will have last 1 minute, no more questions because we already shot up by half an hour. And last words to Madhusudan, sir.
This is to address a query raised by Rishi, who said that Boeing Development Center is that, let me not stop with just Boeing Development Centers. 5,000 people of Boeing working at Bangalore and Chennai, 13,000 people of Honeywell, the number is much larger, working at Pune, Madurai and Bangalore, Collins, Delhi, Bangalore and Hyderabad, the numbers are much more larger. And if you take into consideration the sub-tier partners, the Indian suppliers in the tech space, in the IT space like HCL, Tata, L&T, TCS, Infi, that will add up to another 5,000. If you take out the manufacturing guys, right from the aerospace engineers, Salem, which is close by from here, these numbers are not just at 5,000, but much more larger. So it's not just that numbers, but none of these people have access to, as what the Air Marshal said, we do not have access to critical technologies. But what we have is access to fringe technologies. We have sufficient amount of skill on the fringe technologies. But again, the question is, do we have a mapping of what these enterprises, what these companies, which are foreign companies operating in India, or Indian companies operating here on behalf of the foreign companies, do we have a mapping of them so that we can leverage their skills? I don't think we have. For example, one of the Air Force indigenization seminars, we are trying to look at arrestor barriers. There was one small manufacturer from Trichy. He said, I supply some parts to BFAB. BFAB is the guy who manufactures arrestor barriers from Europe. Can I be of help? The Indian Air Force never knew that this guy existed in Trichy. This guy never knew that where his item was going in. The commanding officer of the Air Force, from the Air Force Station, BRD at Avadi, literally fell off his chair. Where were you? I was searching for you. So there are hidden gems like this. But do we have a mapping? I don't have answers for that.
Thank you so much. Now we'll hand it over to him and we'll move for lunch.
Thank you everybody for your patience. I would not stay between you and lunch. First of all, a round loud applause for our panelists and the chair and moderator. Thank you. The second session coming after lunch, that would be, since we are sitting on the Indian Ocean and we had people from the air and the land armed forces, now we would listen to people from the naval forces coming up. We have half an hour. So not much of networking, but a lot of lunch, and we are back here again. Before that, we would like to present our medallions. First to our chair and moderator. Please. Snesh, if you would step up here, please. To Air Marshal Mathusaran, sir. To G. Balachandran, sir. To Dr. Swanu Raju. To Wing Commander Madhusudan. And to the person who has taught us patience, so that is Lieutenant General Anil Ahuja. Thank you guys. We regroup at 1:40. We are going to discuss and dwell more in the security cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. Moving forward, we have chair and moderator, Dr. Harinder Sekhon, former intelligence and strategic analyst with the National Security Council Secretariat, Government of India, and also distinguished fellow CUTS WDC Center. Our first panelist, Vice Admiral M.P. Muralidharan, former Director General, Indian Coast Guard, Commodore S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies and Regional Director, National Maritime Foundation, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Vijay Shakuja, former Director, National Maritime Foundation, and we are joined virtually by Nikhil K. Rao, Managing Director and Chief Engineer for Boeing India Engineering, Tamil Nadu. All right, with this, I'll leave the reins of our session to our chair and moderator, Dr. Sekhon.
Good afternoon and welcome to this session. I hope we have an engaging conversation with the audience as well in the Q&A. My thanks to CUTS for having put this together, and it's nice because I attended the one in Hyderabad, and today I have a distinguished panel looking at the Indian Ocean region. And I think it's heavily loaded towards the maritime security challenge, but we'll look at other challenges as well. My panelists are Vice Admiral Muralidharan, former Director General of the Indian Coast Guard. Then there's Commodore S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies and the Regional Director of the National Maritime Foundation in Tamil Nadu. Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, my former colleague, who happens to be the former director of the National Maritime Foundation in Delhi. Mr. Nikhil K. Rao, Managing Director and Chief Engineer for Boeing India Engineering, Tamil Nadu, who's joining us virtually. So we welcome the speakers, and I think I'll just make a few opening remarks, and I'm giving each speaker about 10 minutes to speak on the subject. We'll strictly adhere to the time frame so that there is more time for Q&A, and then they all can make their closing comments and whatever may get left out in the course of their presentation, and you feel that there was something which you needed to reiterate, so that gives you adequate time for that. So instead of breaking up the presentations into two parts, we do it all in one part of 10 minutes each. I think the panelists here agreed, and I'm sure Mr. Rao is left with no option. I hope it's okay with you. It's okay with you? Okay, fine.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. So that's how we go about this panel, and I'll just be very brief so that we finish on time. And I think some of us have a flight to catch back to Delhi and would not like to miss that, and yet we do not want to eat into this session. Now, the US-India bilateral partnership has been focused more on the Indo-Pacific since 2012, especially because Asia-Pacific became Indo-Pacific, and the DTTI also came up because we wanted to cooperate, in the Indo-Pacific, and that is why the next build-up in the defense partnership, defense and security partnership, was seen as the Indo-Pacific, because this was a region which the Americans viewed as of being of vital interest to them. So it has often been overlooked. The Indian Ocean was initially overlooked by the United States because I think their security interests were more towards China. But what has happened more recently, while India looked towards the Indian Ocean region, but maybe the challenges were not so serious, but what has happened is the developments in this area, more specifically the war, the Gaza, the Hamas attack in October, has made the United States focus more closely towards developments happening in the Indian Ocean region. The piracy issue, which was, I think lately on the back burner, has become important once again because of US ships and Western ships which have got targeted by the pirates. Also, I think the war in Ukraine, because the supply chains between Europe, when they get disrupted, the focus shifts more towards the Indian Ocean region. And also, I think the US being a part of the I2U2 agreement shows that there is a greater commitment to focus on the Indian Ocean region. For India, as I mentioned earlier, besides China, this region has continued to be important, our core security concerns, because we felt the China threat much earlier in Indian Ocean, and the Somali piracy, etc., and also our energy security is so dependent on West Asia. So the Indian Ocean never lost its traction for India. And now what has become very challenging is the situation in Mali. Maldives telling us that we need to pull our armed forces away out of Maldives, and China being behind this entire maneuver makes this a very challenging proposition for India. And that is why I think we've been successfully been able to sensitize the United States, and we've been doing work with France, joint patrolling, etc., with France in the Indian Ocean region, and also some work with the United Kingdom. So all that is, I think India is trying to reiterate those alliances, not really alliances is the wrong word, these connections, and trying to forge closer cooperation to find a proper response to these challenges in the Indian Ocean. There are challenges in this region, and I think I would request my speakers, like we know that since 2015, the US and India did look for a they came up with a joint strategic vision for the Asia Pacific and also the Indian Ocean region. So there has been talk between India and the United States, but nothing much was done. And the key challenges here are firstly that the US partnership, which is very robust in East Asia, with the countries of East Asia and the Indo-Pacific region, they have not been able to develop these synergies in the Indian Ocean region. There is a gap in their engagement in the Indian Ocean, and also the Chinese investment in this region has far outstripped the investments made by the United States, be it the port infrastructure, as we have seen in Hambantota in Sri Lanka to Bagamoyo in Tanzania. The US is lagging much behind China, and the Chinese companies have constructed and they continue to operate many of the ports across the Indian Ocean as part of their maritime Silk Route strategy. And this is something, I think it came up in the discussion in the morning as well. The Chinese have this single purpose determination, and they have the patience to look at things, take a long time perspective, and continue. They don't stray from the course. Unfortunately, India has been talking about it, and I remember when I was in the NSCS, we talked about reverse engineering. The Chinese have moved ahead but I think we've not even made a start. We're still talking about, what are the problems, what are the challenges, what is the way ahead. And I would request my speakers to look at this US, strategy in the Indian Ocean, which is split between Indo-PACOM, CENTCOM, AFRICOM. Does this really hinder strong cooperation in the maritime domain or security cooperation in the Indian Ocean region? Because the US interests are diversified and their engagement is all over the world, whereas the Chinese have just one purpose: to challenge America and India, not to let India emerge, to challenge the United States where they can. They do not take up any responsibility globally, but they are only a challenge. So I think there are these challenges which the US faces. So apart from the rise of China, I think the global challenges which I've already mentioned, also the challenge of climate change, the strain that multilateralism is under. And also somebody mentioned about, when it comes to technological cooperation, I think that was General Ahuja who's sitting here, about, the pannus and things which can be a big challenge for security and technical cooperation. I mean, we want to be a part of Five Eyes, but Five Eyes is being used to see where India is going wrong. So how do we kind of reconcile these diverging opinions between India and the United States? And how do we manage shifting alliances? So I think it's a big challenge, but we really need to look, because, I mean, no doubt we've moved forward, we made rapid strides, and ISET is a good where our synergies coalesce, and we are working together, and then with this one-point system with the NSAs of the two countries. So it has a lot of promise, but in 1 year, as was mentioned earlier, how much progress have we made? So I think 10 minutes each, the speakers focus more on the roadblocks which could come up, and how do we move beyond those roadblocks to make this into a genuinely viable and strong strategic partnership. Thank you. I start with Vice Admiral Muralidharan, and he's going to give you his perspective.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I'd like to compliment CUTS and the US Department of State, as well as the Consulate General in Kolkata, for organizing this seminar, and also thank them for inviting me to be part of this, to be with such distinguished panelists. Well, I will be speaking to you something about the significance of Indian Ocean region for India, as well as a global, and Quad, and India's role as a net security provider in the region. Now, as far as India is concerned, strategically located in the Indian Ocean, we were a flourishing economic and cultural center right from the dawn of civilization. As Sardar K.M. Panikkar, our historian, diplomat, and strategic thinker of the 20th century, brought out in his book, India in the Indian Ocean, said that millenniums before Columbus sailed the Atlantic and Magellan had crossed the Pacific, Indian Ocean had become an active thoroughfare of commercial and cultural traffic. He went on to conclude that India's security, prosperity, and even freedom is linked to the Indian Ocean, and we need to develop as a maritime power. You will see that what he said all those years ago is very much true. And while Panikkar, in his analysis, had looked, this is the Indo-Pacific slide. I'll just leave it on there. And actually, Panikkar had looked at the works of Admiral A.T. Mahan, Alfred Thayer Mahan, who was a US naval thinker and historian of the 19th century. And he had actually, in his treatise on the influence of sea power on history, he had taken the period from 1660 to 1783. He had actually went on to say, whoever controls Indian Ocean controls Asia. This ocean will be the key to the 7 seas. In the 21st century, the destiny of the world will be decided on its waters. While Mahan had spoken of Indian Ocean, what happened was the emergence of a multipolar world at the end of Cold War, the expanding globalization, and the interlinking of economies all resulted, and with the Asian economies developing, the movement from the Arabian Gulf and the Africa area of the metals, minerals, etc., to other parts, all this increased the shipping in this area, and Asia Pacific developed as a region, and the term Indo-Pacific emerged, linking both the oceans into one strategic area. Now, Indo-Pacific, when you see the combined here, it's actually a multicultural, multipolar region. Nearly 60% of the world's GDP and 65% of its population. The maritime trade transiting through it is enormous. Energy flows. Persian Gulf is about 60% of the world oil, but 26% natural gas reserves. Major oil arteries. In fact, the UN Conference on Trade and Development roughly calculates that 80% of the global trade by volume and 70% by value is across the seas. Of that, 60% passes through the Indo-Pacific, with South China Sea alone carrying an estimated, that's that greenish area that you'll find, has been containing nearly 1/3 of the global shipping. Now, these waters you'll find are very critical for China, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and Straits of Malacca, we're linking everything. And all major world powers have a stake in this. As far as, in case of India, bulk of our trade is by the sea, about 90% of the trade by volume, 70% by value. It's about $750 billion. And out of which, about 5 trillion passes through the South China Sea, 55% of our trade. And it's about roughly 12% of our global trade. Now, as far as US is concerned, their recent report that they brought out of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework says that US has 13 partners in the region, which includes India, and its trade in the Indo-Pacific supports more than 3 million American jobs and is a source of nearly $900 billion in foreign direct investments in India. Now, at this stage, let me say that the vision of Indo-Pacific slightly varies. Now, if you see, now most nations, including US, views it as from the coast of India, that's a green circle that you find extending into the America is what they look at. But as far as India is concerned, it covers all the way to the African coast, because for us, it's a very, very critical region. And as our External Affairs Minister said at the Indian Ocean and Delhi Dialogue, India is increasing the area covered by its Indo-Pacific policy and to include the Western Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. This includes our neighbors in the Gulf and island nations in the Arabian Sea and Africa. So that is how important it is. Now, geostrategic value of the region would be very evident. You find US, UK, France, Russia, and many others operating. And what is more important, China has over the past decades increased its presence. As the chairperson already said about the kind of expanses they are being made, has actually become 21st century geopolitics centers Indo-Pacific region. And as you can see, we are virtually there at the center of it, controlling so many choke points from the west coast coming in, as well as Straits of Malacca and others. So therefore, this has also witnessed a lot of change in politics that has happened from Pacific Atlantic, as was in the last century. Today it's purely Pacific Indian Ocean. Now, when you talk of, it will be very evident that the most important thing to safeguard here is the maritime security. And by the end of 20th century, it's very clear that the conventional wars have actually reduced. While there are chances are there, but more than traditional confrontation, it has now become the non-conventional maritime security challenges, or what is called the LIMO, or the low-intensity maritime ops. This includes terrorism, maritime terrorism, piracy, drug and human trafficking, gun running, poaching, or that is the illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, and illegal gathering of sensitive seismic data, economic threats, and to energy security, economy, and now, of course, maritime fraud and cyber security have also become a big way. You already virtually now the last few weeks newspapers have been full of both piracy attacks as well as drone attacks and how the navies of the world are concentrating, and our own Navy and Coast Guard have been very actively involved in this. Now, China, as another thing, what has happened is apart from it care of anti-piracy and all came in, okay, China may justify that they have a lot of trade through the region, but the kind of thing it established a base in Djibouti, and then it came into all along looking at Myanmar, Thailand, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, United Arab Emirates, Kenya, Seychelles, Tanzania. So virtually, and is also trying to move into the island nations in the Pacific on the other side. So actually in 21st century, we can say there are very few areas of greater importance, which is put across by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Shangri-La Dialogue, when he said that the destiny of the world will be influenced by the developments in Indo-Pacific region. And he said India's own engagements in the region from the shores of Africa to that of Americas will be inclusive to promote a democratic and rule-based international order. We'll work with others to keep our seas safe and secure. Now, similar vision is expressed by US President Joe Biden at the Quad Leaders Summit in 21, when he said, future of our nations and indeed the world depends on a free and open Indo-Pacific enduring and flourishing in the decades ahead. Now, when you come to, after you come to the, you can switch off the slides. After you look at one of the major initiatives that has come up on the concept of working together, because it'll be very clear that challenges, especially the unconventional ones, we need to look at work together. A Quad, or the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which is a grouping of 4 democratic nations, virtually on the 4 corners, India, US, Japan, Australia, came into being after the tsunami of 2004, when we worked together to provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Subsequently, in 2007, they met on the sidelines of the Asian Regional Forum at an initiative of the then Japanese Prime Minister and visionary late Shinzo Abe. And while it was dormant for a while, it was revived in 2017 when the Quad officials met in Manila in 2017 on the margins of East Asia Summit. And they decided that we need to tackle together maritime security and counter-terrorism. It has become it's developed a very practical agenda. There are 6 leader-level working groups looking at health security, climate change, critical emerging technologies, infrastructure, cyber security and space. Now they also started focusing on the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. And the Quad is actually providing real-time marine data they want to link up together. They started what is known as the STEM fellowships in science, technology, engineering, mathematics to 25 young students from each of the countries to pursue and progress their degrees in US. And then, of course, the counter-terrorism, all leaders have been condemning it, and this is how it's been going on. And Quad partners regularly meet through the leaders, foreign ministers, Quad Sherpas. We heard a mention of this in the morning. And all of this, and also today they have started interacting with the regional forums. Now, in fact, in September 23, at the UN General Assembly, when the Quad foreign ministers, they issued a joint readout reiterating their commitment to a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Now, India has been involved in 2 other key initiatives for security. One was the Malabar series of exercise that had started well before the Quad. And then it started a bilateral between US and India way back in '92. Subsequently, Japan and later Australia joined, while China has always been raising concerns that Quad jointly against them. There are times when only 2 or 3 navies operated together. Even within here, when the Malabar series exercise, there was some political opposition some time ago. But all that has happened, and today, last time, in August 23, we had the 27th edition, which saw all 4 navies participating. Of course, the official stand is that we are committed to a rule-based international order. And if you see the 4 countries' economic and military capabilities together, it can definitely send a deterrent message to China or anybody else who attempts to disrupt things. The second initiative was again put forward by India at the 2019 East Asia Summit, the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. And this has got 7 pillars which covers maritime security, maritime resources, science and technology. Now, a lot of nations, apart from Quad nations, have come forward. And I would say conclude by saying that again, maritime domain awareness is something very important. Then only you can take action as required. And in this, India took the initiative of setting up an information fusion center at Gurugram in 2018. Now, the center today has got 12 international liaison officers and linkages with 65 international agencies and is giving you virtually real-time information on the Indo-Pacific. So all I would like to say is that, maritime nations have to work together, and an opportunity is coming for India to mix all this together. In this year, we are supposed to have the Quad Leaders Summit. That gives us a chance for us to mix up the Quad initiative with the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative and other regional. And a lot of countries, France is already working with us, Indonesia is working. So all countries want to come together and they look at India as a very stabilizing force. I'll stop here and we'll take on other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's a great honor and privilege for me to be sharing with such distinguished panelists. In fact, Dr. Vijay Sakuja and Dr. Harinder and self, we started our journey together in ORF 20 years ago. And of course, Admiral Muralidharan and self, we've been in the Navy and the Coast Guard together. So it's always a great pleasure. And first of all, thank you to Kurtz and the US Consul General in Kolkata for facilitating this very timely dialogue with all the stakeholders. So as soon as you have my slide ready, I can start. Or even that, without that, I can start. Okay. Which is the one? Melia? Right, okay, thank you. Okay, these are the 2 topics that I'm supposed to cover in a matter of about 10 minutes or so. So I'll try and keep it brief. The first one is also about the impact of cooperation afloat readiness and training with the short-term CARET and the Southeast Asia Cooperation and Training, which is called CCAT, initiatives on the India-US cooperation. So how much has it delivered? What was the purpose? When was it started? What is the geographic area? What are the mutual responsibilities? What are the shared responsibilities and rights is what we're going to look at in this part. And the second one is more interesting in my opinion. In fact, I was trying to attend to this first because it's a little provocative. And after lunch, there's nothing like starting off with something which is provocative. So that is on the comparative analysis of India and US freedom of navigation policies to explore avenues for harmonization within the IR. Okay, so let's look at the first one, which is a simpler one, because the outline of the 2 initiatives I've tried to combine in the interest of time. They have similar, aims and objectives. So these are bilateral and multilateral initiatives designed to enhance cooperation amongst the Indo-Pacific nations and to provide mutual support towards addressing crisis, contingencies, illegal activities in the maritime domain using standardized tactics, techniques and procedures. Now, how will you arrive at standardized tactics and all that? Only by interoperability, by being able to work together, by exercising together. And that is the whole purpose of these 2 initiatives that have been launched in the Indo-Pacific. So this includes ashore and sea training evolutions that emphasizes the real-world engagements to enhance cooperation and maritime security in the Indo-Pacific. So, the good thing about this is, particularly in the recent past, is that not only is it totally military specific, but we also try to involve universities, other things, stakeholders, think tanks, Interpol. All these people have been brought on board, which adds to the quality of their response architecture, which can be framed based on the evolution of such exercises, which are conducted at regular intervals. CCAT, very interesting aspect here is that the number of members are 20 and it's growing strong. And all these nations which are indicated here, there's 20 of them. I've highlighted India, which was participation with INS Kulish, one of our corvettes from Andaman Nicobar here, because this is the first time that India has participated in the CCAT. So I also tried to club them together into grouping, which you'll see that, these are the members. Quad plus New Zealand, plus UK, Canada, France, Germany. So you have 2 European countries, you have Canada, you have New Zealand, which also have partnership with USA, UK and others. And then we have 7 ASEAN countries. Remember, whenever you're discussing Indo-Pacific, we also now increasingly refer to ASEAN being central to the entire scheme of things in the Indo-Pacific. Security, stability, prosperity. We acknowledge that ASEAN is central to whatever we do, and therefore we need to be engaging with ASEAN. So the fact that there are 7 ASEAN countries participating here is a welcome sign, because not only are they interested in keeping China at bay, but they also would like to refine their own procedures, tactics, so that they are ready and up to the task. You already seen the kind of challenges that are there with Philippines, with Vietnam, with Brunei, with Indonesia. With all these disputants, 6 in number, China has had issues, and they should be able to safeguard their own interests. And that's not going to come on its own, unless they have the best of the equipment, the best of the training, best of coordinating procedures. And of course, 4 IOR nations, which are mentioned there, which includes India. So this is the total number, and obviously, not only are they bilateral in nature, but also multilateral in configuration and content, and which helps these countries to evaluate their own capacity and capability and try and improve on general standards and also standards of interoperability, which is most important. So last exercise was conducted not just last year, and India was included for the first time, as I said. And what is the impact? This can be summarized in next 2 slides. One is, of course, from the US Navy Rear Admiral Chris Stone, who participated at that time, and who said, I view multinational force operations as the cornerstone of maritime security, which in turn contributes to peace and prosperity in the region and enables a free and open Indo-Pacific. Remember, people are quite bored with hearing this term, free and open Indo-Pacific. But the point is, it is important for us to promote some of these concepts which is related to unimpeded traffic in the sea, which is what is the lifeline of the entire globe. So this is what he had to say there. And so now, what is my assessment of this impact? This is what is contained in this slide. One is that whether multilateral, bilateral engagements such as this always ensure that regional stability and security are attended. The forthcoming Milan hosted by UN is an example. We have 46 countries participating. What are they trying to do? They're going to dialogue, they're identifying the challenges, and they're trying to see how they can have bilateral and multilateral engagements to promote peace, stability, and security. That is the point. The next one is on interoperability. There's nothing new. Whenever you exercise with Singapore or Bangladesh or Japan, you always would like to try what are the commonalities which are there in terms of communication procedure, in terms of equipment that you fly, the helicopters that can land on either decks. So this promotes the concept of even the humanitarian assistance disaster relief, HADR, which we all know very well about. Other thing is about mutual evaluation. It's not that you are carrying out exercises and not recording what the other guy is capable of. You are evaluating him constantly. What is his capability for launching missiles? What is his readiness state? How does he deal with piracy situation? How does he launch boats at sea? How does he recover them at sea? Does he operate drones? So you are also using this as an opportunity to evaluate your adversary on one hand and also your potential partners on the other hand. Then you have assessing the military needs for capacity building, and this is important, when you look at it from, because also in the morning session, we looked at what are the avenues which are available for US to engage with India to promote our own capacity. And this is another important dimension of such exercises, where you are establishing what is it that is a shortfall, and can this partner country, fill in those gaps. That is the important dimension of such exercises. So they should not be looked at in isolation, but looking at how they serve the long-term requirement of a nation in equipping itself to meet the present-day challenges. And then, of course, engaging NGOs, which I found it very good this time, that, they called the university from Singapore. And, it's important to get these to be identified as stakeholders. Tomorrow when, you're talking to the public, it's not just about warships and Coast Guard ships going out to sea, but the ability of the population to understand what these challenges are, because the maritime domain will continue to be important. And the China, which has followed Admiral Mahan, there are no doubts about it at all, because he's also now trying to build a carrier force, is following the template, similar templates. When you analyze it threadbare, you'll realize that the China's global security initiative, the global development initiative, and global cultural initiatives are nothing but engagement options. You'd like to evaluate, you'd like to engage with people by investing money, time, effort. When you give something to Maldives, it's not only is a benign nature of your engagement, but also it allows us to expand the spheres of benign influence in our case. And it may not be so in the case of China. So that is what is my assessment of these two exercises. But now let me move on to the more complex aspect of freedom of navigation. This is another dead horse which has been flogged over and over again. But let's look at this and try and understand what is this concept. So we will try and look at the comparative analysis of India and US freedom of navigation policies to explore avenues for harmonization. See, important is to understand what are these differences. How do we look at freedom of navigation? How does America look at it? What is it that does to promote its interests or its understanding of the freedom of navigation? And how does India's understanding of its right to certain areas differ from that of USA? This is what we need to understand. So what is undisputed? This is universal. And what I'm listing out here is something that is undisputed, which is that there is need for facilitating unimpeded traffic at sea for commerce, trade connectivity. This has been happening for centuries. So there's nothing new there. So this will continue to be the binding force for bringing nations together on all these three planks. Next is on sea lines of communication safety, prevention of unauthorized activity, which is illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, acts of terrorism, MARPOL. You heard some of this from the other speakers also. Like today, if you have Houthis who are launching missiles, your trade is affected. Ships are going around the Cape of Good Hope. It adds 12 days extra. The insurance costs have gone up. So therefore, it's important for ensuring that all the stakeholders, all the maritime nations come together to support this concept of freedom of navigation. Likewise, you don't want anything happening next to Kerala, for example, where these two fishermen were shot in the famous case of Enrico Alexi. You want them to be protected, right? So there is a difference here between the freedom of navigation and freedom of fishing in our own exclusive economic zone. So this must be clearly understood. And then, of course, the ability to meet new challenges from UAVs, drones, GPS spoofing, which is technology dimension. All these are something that, in these cooperated engagements that we examined earlier, whether it's part of CCAT or whether it is CARET, you are trying to identify what the future challenges are for these platforms, for shipping at sea, for the exclusive economic zone, and more importantly, also for our commitment to green globe. I am talking about marine pollution, which is a different topic, but we'll touch about it a little later, because all these have dimensions of freedom of navigation, which is challenged one way or the other. Right. Now, what is the basis as far as we are concerned? For America and for the rest of the world, the IMO and others, it is UNCLOS 1982. And for India, which promulgated the Maritime Zones of India 1976 Act, which tells you this is based on the UNCLOS. It's not something you decided on your own. But there are certain provisions which have been contested, and that's what we need to look at. Yeah, I got 2 more minutes here. I think I have 2 more slides. So, instead of, maybe I'll take on some of these during the question and answer session. This is the famous concept of mare liberum, and it's very clear as to what it is all about. The question here is on one term that you must understand. What are these excessive claims? Because USA, in all their approach to trying to control the freedom of navigation, always says these states have indulged in excessive claims, whether it's China or India or Pakistan or any other country that they target. So they also relate it to the UNCLOS and say, my liberty to transit through the territorial water, all through the exclusive economic zone, without announcing is curtailed, and therefore I challenge it. So this is where they have been doing these operations since 1992. There's nothing new. From the time we did not have good relations to the time that we have good relations. You're talking about the April 2021 incident where it became a big issue when their ships crossed the exclusive economic zone and they did not inform us, whereas our MZI Act clearly says that if there's a warship that is transiting and is likely to engage firearms or whatever, it must let us know. So these are some of the details. You don't have to go through this. Essentially to say that this is what is contested, or what is highlighted in the yellow and what is in red is what is something that is contested. So similar events have been listed from 1992 onwards till 2021, the latest incident which I quoted. So now what are the avenues for harmonization? That's more important. Remember, I would like to go back to what the Consul General said this morning. He said, we don't have to say we haven't done it before. So there is a need to start doing it at some time, which is exchange of information. If you are a Quad partner, it's binding on the part of USA to tell us what their ships are doing. After all, it's already there in the IMAC, which Admiral Muralidharan spoke about. Already with the 12 partnering representatives are sitting there to tell you which ship is where. So why is it so difficult for you to tell you that my warship is transiting from A to B? So these are the questions. Therefore, we need to look at the rule-based order, need for ratifying rules and adherence. Please remember, while America is a signatory, it has not ratified the done clause. So it's left loopholes out there. We can discuss this later. So here is very important. So I'm specifically talking about how India and US can harmonize this. You need to recognize and respect each other's position. Information exchanges are important. It's all available. And then confidence building measures to further common aims of protecting the global commons. We are in it together. What is the common aim? To protect the global commons. Whether it's sea lines of communication, whether it is fishing areas, whether it is prevention of piracy, all this is ours. The Quad network obviously is something that will help us. So with that I come to the end. So I thought I will briefly tell you about what are the options that are available. Very logical, very rational, but it's just that both the nations need to sit together and work on how to build this trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Katz, for inviting me to this very, let me call it, exploratory kind of affairs in terms of India-US relationship. Of course, we've been talking about it, writing about it for literally a decade and a half or maybe two. But there are challenges to say. I think there's a euphoria about India-US relationship, and there are reasons to believe it. And we do see certain initiatives which promise a kind of a great path ahead, but there are challenges also. There are a lot of questions which can be raised about it. The very fact that we are talking about open and inclusive. Now, these are open and inclusive are loaded terms. What does it mean? Have the government defined it? What all the actions they're going to be taking about it? So they come sporadically in the sense we are believing in open and inclusive. You can add resilient Indo-Pacific. You can keep adding adjectives and adverbs to it. So it remains a kind of a foggy kind of a concept, and which needs to be, we need to add a lot of brick and mortar to make it robust. But I still do find some three pathways, and some of the issues that I'm going to raise, I think, of course, they overlap with what Commodore Vasan just now said. Let me begin with the first one. I think there is a commitment from both the sides in terms of infrastructure development, and there is also a commitment to investment. Something statements are made, but then they're short of investments. So I find that there is a commitment which is there, and I2U2 has been referred to. It's a very good example. But please remember, we are talking about things like energy, transportation, water. They're more in the development framework. They're not in the security domain, classic security domain. Similarly, the one we just came out in terms of the India, Middle East, East Europe Economic Order, IMEC. Now, this is another very ambitious one. I think probably the whole notion about IMEC got dented. The Houthis thinking about attacking Haifa. Now, Haifa figures in both I2U2 as also in terms of the IMEC. So the moment there was some talk, or the Houthis carried out the attack, I think the Adani ports probably suffered a setback, the market crashed and other things happened. So it's a very, very sensitive issue. How far will they be able to go? But sure enough, certainly these are targeted against China's BRI. Then another loaded concept, I think it is all, too many things are there in terms of rule-based international order. Now again, it has got to be defined. we say we'll take this action, we'll do this action, etc. There is no clear cut. It's referred to in joint statements, very fashionable to do that. It's talked about in speeches. But then what does it all mean in terms of where is that, what am I supposed to be doing? Those things are somehow, again, absent in this. Of course, it makes sense when you say in terms of rule-based international law, again targeted against China. So to me, tomorrow, if there is a rapprochement, just thinking aloud, where do all these concepts go? Do they have a shelf life? Or are we to believe that this so-called the confrontation between United States and China is going to be in perpetuity? So these whole concepts will be available to us and have a larger shelf life. Of course, we are worried about China, assertive behavior. Gray zone tactics is something that probably drives us towards that, which is a very useful thing. Maybe again, in terms of how far we are going to push it, the Chinese, maritime militia, along with Coast Guard colliding against the Filipino vessels, laser, never thought about. We still don't have laws about that, right? As far as as oceans and seas are concerned, things like sending out, using sonar, the sound waves, etc. Now these are all problematic issues for so-called the rule-based international order. But again, we don't know which all domain. Every time we find, for the purpose of convenience, we take an issue and put it in the rule-based international order. So our definition or understanding of rule-based international order is expanding. And there can be vulnerabilities when you keep expanding beyond what you would even conceptualize. Well, there is a very interesting, in terms of the third issue that I talk about is, I think there is a lot of comfort and solace to be taken in terms of the number of exercises the two countries do. Very exemplary, I guess. They do more exercises than the NATO does, which is very useful. The laundry list is very, very long. It goes on. And Sea Dragon, Cutlass, and everything it's a good story. Of course, now we've added another dimension called Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness, which has been just touched upon. Now, these are all very, very good things. But when you start looking at all these things through the prism of international law, we run into a lot of hurdles. Our interpretation, our understanding, go back not very long ago when the 2001 attacks took place in the United States, one big initiative called the Proliferation Security Initiative. And it was, I think, accepted all over, but then there were constraints about it. How, as a matter of fact, this whole PSI issue came about even in the parliament. And we had to make our position, the Indian position, New Delhi made a position very clear that we will stick by the 1982 clause. Now that has continued. Probably we've not had a conversation. I mean, I see this kind of joint statements come out from the United States, of course, India, United States statements which come out. There is no reference ever made to what does international law mean to them. It means differently to both of them. And as Commodore Vasan just now said, I mean, in terms of they don't recognize our Maritime Zones Act 1976. They recognize, they read it, they are aware of it, but they were not willing to have a dialogue on it. I think what is probably needed is all these exercises that we are doing, this laundry list, I think they'll fall flat unless we have the whole concept of law at sea, international law, or 1982 law of the sea, or conventions as published by the IMO are going to take precedence over there. Or when you go into even say, for the purpose of ITLOS, again, where is the law? Everybody is going to throw the book at you. So that is where both sides will be found wanting. What is the common position? Maybe a case comes up in the High Court, say in Chennai itself, High Court of Madras. What law? That is going to be a big, big challenge for us. Well, Commodore has already made a reference to, elaborate reference in terms of the, the MZI, etc., etc. Related to that, my bigger concern which is coming in, so far we've seen freedom of navigation operations by the United States Navy are by surface ships. Very good. I mean, they showcase, they do it very frequently. We have some very interesting statistics coming out of the United States. As a matter of fact, we've been at the receiving end at least on 3 different occasions. Please remember, it was the 7th April 2021 incident of USS John Paul. And that it became public. There was furor over it. And I think United States will have to be very, very sensitive what the Indian public is going to look at, how they're going to react to it. I still remember this very city. Their ship was berthed here several years ago, and they flew a helicopter without permission. There was hue and cry about it. So both sides, as a matter of fact, we are not going to go and do this kind of an activity. Of course, I still remember an incident in which both Indian Navy and the Pakistan Navy, we were in Port Tanjung Priok, that is Jakarta, and both of us flew our helicopters. We invited a demarche from from the governments that this is not to be done. But then we see there is a propensity, or there's a tendency, if I may tone down the rhetoric on that, of the United States Navy to be more aggressive. And they'll have to be very, very careful because public opinion is going to be very, very disturbing on the whole issue. My bigger worry comes in is the United States, of course, we are seeing the warfare shift, transitions are taking place, unmanned, autonomous, and US has very recently stood up a task force. They've designated this as, just give me a second. Yeah, it's Task Force 59. They have about 100 vessels. They are operating North Arabian Sea crescent, and I call it Makran coast, all the way to the Somali area. There are 100 such vessels which are being brought out over there in terms of, as a matter of, you can carry these on ships and then put them to operations. So far, the United States Navy has chosen to use surface vessels. It is not unthinkable that autonomous unmanned vessels will also be put to FONAP, that freedom of navigation operations against in the Indian EEZ. That, and of course, how would we get to know? It is also not unthinkable that there will be problems about it and there will be public reactions. What both sides need to do is come out with clear-cut SOPs in terms of deployment of unmanned vessels. The second issue that has been given to me to analyze is about the so-called the maintenance, repair, and overhaul of US Navy vessels as they transit through the Arabian Sea or Bay of Bengal, etc., etc. I think we've had a good story in terms of, it's called the Master Ship Repair Agreement, MSRA, and here locally, Kattupalli shipyard has done a good job, but as I understand, it's a very, very rudimentary affair. Of course, this needs to be spruced up in terms of both content and capacity. If really some kind of if India is to emerge as what we call as a MRO hub for matters maritime and naval. So what does it involve? I think it was not a very encouraging, I just got 40 seconds?
Yeah, that's it.
There we
40
are.
seconds. Only 40. Only 40.
I can bargain with them. So what we find is that, of course, the Quad member states should be also encouraged to, they could be encouraged to join up for the MRO in India, and that will be a good story. And what probably would be needed is, will there be a capacity building? Will it be, or MROs will be just meant for the purpose of, let's say, rudimentary thing, hull cleaning, overhaul of a generator, etc., etc. Will it bring in more technical sophistication or the kind of work that would be needed in terms of scientific collaboration? I'll stop at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all my speakers. Now I invite our last speaker virtually, Mr. Nikhil Rao from Boeing. And I think he would bring a very interesting perspective since he's the only speaker on this panel who represents the industry. The rest of us have been all strategic thinkers. So over to Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Chair Lady Sekon. Is my audio clear? My audio clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lady Sekon. And I want to start off with thanking the Consulate, the Consul General, as well as CUTS for inviting me to join the panel. I also want to acknowledge members from DARPA, Government of Tamil Nadu, and other dignitaries, including whom I'm sharing the panel with. Thank you for having me. And I also want to give a warm welcome to our friends in the media. I won't share any charts, and my apologies for not being there in person. I definitely wanted to be, but we will adapt and move forward. So I will share very briefly just a big picture about Boeing in India, and we will invite the media in probably March, April to go deeper on some other domains, but today I'm going to mainly focus on our defense and security partnership as the theme goes. So we'll spend more time with the media in maybe March, April in our Chennai office. Let me start off with just highlighting the maybe little known history here that Boeing has had an 80+ year relationship in India dating back to 1941. And that partnership has continues to accelerate and grow in more recent years. And we've got about $300 billion, 300 plus suppliers, and we spend $1 billion on the supply chain. We're the largest OEM exporter of aerospace goods from India outside India. So we are definitely committed to, being a strong and partner in India with all of the entities involved. I'll mainly stay high level on a few topics, and let's start off with just one thing that's been mentioned throughout the day, which is really around the synergies between India and the US and the strong partnership there. So obviously the democratic values is a big bonus, but I also want to highlight how important the economy is to that engine and that partnership as well. So many of you know that India is now the third largest spender when it comes to defense, but we will also have the third largest economy by the end of this decade. And by 2070, India will actually become the #1 economy in the world, and US #2. And so what we do together is going to change and shape the planet for at least another century or a couple of centuries to come. So that's really highlights the importance of forums like this and the good conversation we've been having. Boeing's been in aerospace and defense for over 108 years and working with militaries across the planet. And so the biggest value that we bring to the space is the importance that we share, and we actually hire more veterans than any other company in the aerospace and defense sector. And so we have a true deep understanding of how mission readiness is of prime importance, and making sure that we have uptime and fleet availability or product availability to achieve any mission when it's needed. And we balance that mission readiness with reducing life cycle costs throughout by providing good offerings throughout the whole value stream, including aftermarket. We talked about MRO bit, but also training procedures, co-developing procedures, providing performance-based logistics, and so on and so forth. So again, being a valuable partner to the warfighter is something that's core to our values, because we really, we talk about connecting, protecting, and exploring this planet. And we really focus on providing products that serve that mission all the way from the seabed to outer space, from undersea to outer space. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when I talk about modernization here. So we, I think Mr. Sakuja talked about Task 59 right now, and how the US Navy is experimenting with what I'll call a mesh network, where you have autonomous and non-autonomous systems. What may be less known is we are doing that in India as well, because Boeing has provided a product called Wave Glider that we're partnering with the Indian Navy on. It is a completely autonomous system that does not need fuel. It can operate 24/7 for a year by harnessing the tidal energy or wave energy, as well as the solar energy. If needed, it'll come up to the surface and provide real-time communication with our Navy, right? So we are helping to modernize the Indian military's preparedness through products, but also maybe, providing our knowledge and expertise in developing a mesh network, both for the Navy, but also as we think about our airspace and being more network. Just about 4 days ago, the U.S. government announced the $4 billion in sale of drones and other guided missiles to India. And we are obviously envisioning a world where drones, autonomous systems, and non-autonomous systems are all operating in the same network, operating on the same network. And so Boeing has decades of experience in air traffic management and the next generation of air traffic management. And we are, as well as now, this mesh network with naval operations, and we can be of great partnership to the military apparatus in India. Related to that, we have just last month opened a new logistics center in Uttar Pradesh, because that is one of the defense corridors, where we spent 24 million USD to open a 36,000 square foot logistics center. And again, that will help with mobility and keeping, maintaining mission readiness for the region. And then we are also, we just spent, as many of you have seen in the news, we just opened our largest engineering center in Bengaluru. That's where I am today, where we just spent 200 million US dollars, I think 1,600 crores, on this new facility, which is the largest Boeing facility outside of the US. So that just shows the commitment that Boeing has to security in this region, and partnering with India on making sure that we can be self-sufficient in this region. So we now have upwards of 5,000 engineers who can, again, help with modernization, as well as bridge some of the interoperability views that Commodore Vasant pointed out, because that is both within the services itself, between Air Force, Navy, and Army, but also in the working with other nations who are part of ASEAN and other alliances, and how do we maintain lines of communication there. So now we've got a whole engineering presence and a talented workforce here who can rapidly deploy solutions to help accelerate some of the needs and solve some of the problems in the region. One of the opportunities that we are exploring as we focus on the Make in India initiative is how do we do more co-development potentially in India with Indian companies and government and private sector. And so that's where Boeing brings, again, over 108 years of experience and expertise, and how can we develop meaningful solutions for the Indian market. So lots of opportunity lies ahead that we can maybe save for Q&A if I do have any answers to them. So let me just pause there and just, the other thing that I'll mention is, I mentioned the UP Defense Corridor, but I also want to mention the importance of the Tamil Nadu corridor, which I think is a super place to have a corridor, because you've got everything from shipbuilding to the Tuticorin spaceport. And again, it aligns with what Boeing provides from undersea to outer space. And within Tamil Nadu, we have a tremendous amount of engineering talent, but also supply-based talent spread across the defense corridor here in Tamil Nadu. So again, that's a great opportunity as well that lies ahead. I will pause there and open it up for any questions.
Well, thank you so much. Before I throw the floor open for, to everyone for Q&A, I, as the chair, am exercising my option to ask the first question. You talked about co-development and how to expedite to make this whole engagement more meaningful. Do you have a roadmap of priorities, time-bound priorities? Because otherwise, I know we've been talking about it for many years, and we also know by now that it's only the ancillary units which have been set up so far. And you talked about numbers, it generates employment. So is there a roadmap which you could share with us? And I'm sure the others would be interested, and then I throw it open to the audience. Thank you.
Sure. I can answer the question as yes, we do have a roadmap. I can't share the details of it. I will just share, a couple of ways that highlight how Boeing operates. So, we had conversations about what India would look like in the year, 2047 at our 100th year anniversary, and work our way backwards from there in terms of how we need to position ourselves as Boeing to make India successful, at that 100-year mark. We've done the same with our own company. We were founded in 1916, and we've got a roadmap out to 2116, our bicentennial, to say what would Boeing look like and what would the plan look like in 200 years. And so we do have roadmaps and strategies for all of these. I will refrain from sharing any details today. Any further details?
So with that, I throw it open to the audience. Any questions? Yes, Dr. Balachandran.
Offset agreements in India, correct? 6 or 8, I forgot. P8I and all sort of stuff. Does any of the offset which Boeing is doing in India involve any controlled item under the US export control laws? And second follow-up is this. Both US and Indian laws require, under SCOMET and under commerce and ITAR rules, that anybody working on a controlled item must have a license from the government. Are the Boeing research units in India registered with SCOMET for working on any SCOMET controlled item?
Okay, I'll answer the second question first. So thank you for the question. I'll answer the second question first. We do have an export license management system, and we make sure that we have appropriate licenses before we even start performing the work. And then we have a whole management system that we have that triggers an alarm, 6 months before a license expires, so that we can then work with the government to renew licenses and so on and so forth. So compliance is definitely maintained through our export license management system. And the first question really around, I should have probably gone a little bit deeper. So for the defense products that we have in India, I'm not an expert on, and I don't have details on our offset and how it's structured, because sometimes that is, sometimes in certain countries you can count hours and engineering hours, and some other places you can't, or it has to be offset with manufacturing footprint and so on and so forth. So I'm not an expert on our offset, the operational aspects of our offsets in India, but obviously we are compliant with the offset obligations. But I would suggest that we're going beyond the bottom line obligation in India. So because we value the partnership. So for example, India has more C-17s than any other non-US force. For the P-8Is, which is our anti-submarine warfare platform, India was the first non-US customer that purchased that platform. And when it comes to Apache helicopters, we have a joint venture with Tata's in Hyderabad where we build Apache fuselages, and those for the whole world. So whether it's Saudi or even a US fuselage, it all comes from India. And about 90% of the parts that go into that Apache fuselage come from the India supply base itself. So whether or not we don't do those things to meet offset requirements, if we do that because we believe it's the right thing to do from a strategic partnership perspective. And then lastly, I'll also mention that we provide Chinooks that was uniquely capable and in handling the mine rescue that happened in Uttarakhand. So we have unique products and we provide them to India, and the offset is of an afterthought, or is a basic obligation, but we have a strategic partnership in India, so we definitely go beyond that.
Just a follow. I agree with your platforms are good, but that was not my question. For instance, you said you made a fuselage for Apache, right? have any one of those been part of the ITAR list? 3. Does Boeing have a license from the State Department to ask
Yes.
Tata to produce fuselage?
Yes. So Boeing is obviously very diligent about our ITAR, following all ITAR compliances. So the U.S. government and holds us accountable to that. So yes, we do have ITAR statement of work in India, not only the Apache, but we also do modifications and other kinds of work. We work on military platforms that are in the US where we do 2D to 3D conversions. But before we touch any of that statement of work, we make sure that we have necessary ITAR clearance and ITAR licenses in place before we perform that work in India.
So you have ITAR licenses to work in India apart from selling those blood distillers.
Dr. Balachandran, last question because, yeah.
But I would like to answer wishy-washy question, okay?
Maybe he can come in later after the others have asked questions when he makes the closing remarks. I see your point, but there are others waiting. So if you could just answer this quickly. No, I'm asking him, Mr. Nikhil Rao.
Okay, can you repeat the question because it's been really hard to hear the question. So I know I've been trying to respond, but I didn't really, the audio wasn't very good.
Does Boeing have any ITAR license to conduct any of the work at Tata?
I cannot hear, sorry. Can you hold the mic?
Yeah, does Boeing have an ITAR license to conduct work with Tata, what do you call Tata system?
Oh, with T-Bell in the joint venture?
Yeah, do they have the ITAR license?
Oh, okay. Yes, so I'm not a member of the joint venture, but I again assume that those licenses are absolutely in place because without that, we cannot do the work. So the joint venture called T-Bell, which is the Tata Boeing, that entity has ITAR licenses in place to produce the fuselage.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you.
And maybe if there are others, and could you just say whom your question is directed at?
Well, my question. Hello. My question is directed. Sorry, the audio is. Please get me a better. Sorry, Dr. Sipon. Well, the question will it get recorded? Excuse me, gentlemen, have you got a mic on? The question is directed both to the Vice Admiral and to Commodore Vasan. Hello. The question is directed both to Vice Admiral and to Commodore Vasan. You both talked about the Quad, and you talked about free and open Indo-Pacific. And Commodore Vasan talked about countries like France and New Zealand, UK joining along with the joining groupings. I mean that is already. I mean there is already a Southern Hemisphere Quad. What's called Quad is the Quad because 3 of the countries are in the Northern Hemisphere. Then there's a Southern Hemisphere. US runs through the territories in Caledonia and New Zealand. And one suggestion is for the UK to join this and P7. I mean, so the suggestion has been made even earlier in strategic writings. And so that's one question. And the other question is, really speaking, if one really looks at European countries other than France, the UK withdrew from the east of Suez. And is there really scope for Europe, even if the UK does send Queen Elizabeth Pacific, is there really scope for presence of any Western European country in the Indo-Pacific? Well, in the case of France, it has its own territories in the Indo-Pacific. In the case of UK, at best it relies on dominions. And countries like Germany, could they really have a presence? And as far as the western part of the Indo-Pacific is concerned, that's if one takes the African coast, India has long been a net security provider for Seychelles and Mauritius. Even from the days when Mauritius was still a dominion, India was already a net security provider. And Mauritius doesn't have a navy, so India provides navy and coast guard services to Mauritius. So really speaking, are these not already in force? And regarding the Persian Gulf, where again there's where France and India have all conducted joint exercises with both Navy and Air Force with many of these Persian Gulf countries. The current emerging scenario in the Red Sea, sort of Vice Admiral, best person to go back to the days of Somalian piracy. So what is the emerging scenario overall in the Pacific, keeping all these points in mind? Thank you.
I think we'll take all the questions so that the panelists can spend about 2 to 3 minutes with their closing remarks and also answering the questions. I think you at the back, he's from the Andamans,
Yeah,
so he has some questions.
Hello.
And after that, if there's anybody else, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll just throw it open to the panelists. Thank you.
My name is Dennis. I'm the editor of Andaman Chronicle and Port Blair-based newspaper. So there was a mention about the forthcoming Milan, so in which around 46 countries will be participating. This was told. So this is very interesting, and I would like to understand what signal will this 46 countries getting together be giving to the countries like China, and how important it is.
Anyone else? Shweta?
The talk. My question is, now that recently this Taiwanese elections are over and now the DPP has again come back to power and we may witness some more aggressive behavior of PLA across the Taiwan Strait. There has been a lot of, in past few months, there has been a lot of discussion on what if something happens across Taiwan Strait, what will the United States will expect from India? And instead of that, my question is, what should India and US do in order to enhance deterrence across the Indian Ocean as well as the Taiwan Strait so that we don't get into any situation like that in future? Instead of talking about what measures will be taken, what will be expected, how do we enhance deterrence? That is my first question. And the second one is, what is happening across the Red Sea now that the Indian Navy is heavily engaged in the light of the attacks by the Houthis? What if this scenario escalates? So what kind of Indian Navy will be required in this scenario? It is already engaged. So what kind of cooperation is advisable for Indian Navy, given that freedom of navigation and all our compulsions in the Indian Ocean, keeping that in mind? Thank you.
So I think the questions, I'll start with Vice Admiral Muralidharan, okay, Commodore Vasan, and I think each one present here can make their closing remarks as well.
All right.
In about 2 minutes each, and then if Mr. Rao has any closing remarks to make, and we wind up.
Thank you, Chair, and there's some very interesting questions which have been posed by Rishi as well as Dr. Shweta and others. I'm not necessarily in the same sequence. On this issue of Milan, which was raised by you, it's very clear that, that it's expanded from the time it was started, more than 25 years ago. And we started with Port Blair and now we started doing it in Vizag. And the idea is that, there is collective responsibility that's understood and shared across maritime domains. When you say Indo-Pacific, as was brought out by Admiral Muralidharan, it is from the east coast of Africa to right up to the west coast of America. So that is the area that you're looking at. So we would like to get, interact with the like-minded people. So, there are shore-based exercises, there are seminars, there are conferences, there are brainstorming sessions, and there are also afloat programs that are done with these ships. So, in fact, it will be such a wonderful sight. I'm sure you would have seen it in Port Blair when they march together and have those food, what are they called? In these places where they set up, the delicacies from each area. Yeah, food courts from all over. So this one is the confidence level goes up, and they know that it's not military angle, it's more about building those kind of capacities, being able to work together, etc. And Rishi, on your point about the presence of these extra-regional players, right, you correctly identified, France has a legitimate requirement to be here. In fact, their exclusive economic zone is more than India's, and therefore they legitimately, though they're a colonial power, they own these territories. As far as UK is concerned, please remember, any forum which is there, whether it is in Southeast Asia or wherever, they are trying to promote their own products. There is the aspect of supporting the military industrial complex. So they would like to come and see what opportunities there are for selling something. It could be a missile, it could be a low-end gun, it could be a boat, whatever. So, all these guys would like to be a part of these alliances wherever they take place so that their future is secured. Remember how US and UK came together to take on the Houthi challenge there. So, after all, there are historical relations which are nurtured through the centuries, and so that will sustain. And what was the other point? Red Sea. Just remind me.
Well, sir, even if the UK does want to be present in the Indo-Pacific, or particularly in the South Pacific, it still depends on dominions. I mean, as long as it holds the dominions, it probably still depends on them, on Australia and New Zealand. Because Nui or some New Caledonia, which is a UK territory, effectively is governed by New Zealand and not by the UK. I mean,
okay, anyway,
and regarding the Red Sea, yes, what's the outlook for the
Yeah,
Red
it's very
Sea?
simple. The situation has escalated. Even America does not want to go beyond a point. It's been made clear by UN Biden to say that we are only trying to protect our interests and we do not want to escalate. But does it really go out of hand? Nobody can, predict today, because if there are 3 more missile launches and if one of them hits the warship or even a American-owned ship, then there is escalation. So, this is something that I'm sure they have catered for, because the B-1 bombers which they came all the way from USA. So that is the readiness as far as they are concerned to see that they contain the situation. So combined with that, when you're looking at the Gaza Strip and the determination of Netanyahu to say that I will not stop till the last Hamas is eliminated, it will not going to happen. But that will only lead to increased cost of shipping, increased security risks, and we will also suffer. Today we are talking about a GDP of 7%. That will be get affected if you find that the entire energy security and other things are challenged. And coming to your point about freedom of navigation, one is, I think even Dr. Vijay Sakhuja talked about this. When you say rule-based order, whose rules? Who's framed them? Who's complying with them? Who's not complying with them? And what are you doing about people who are not complying? Are you bringing the United Nations peacekeeping force to say you will enforce this in South China Sea or in the Indian Ocean region? That is not happening. So therefore, might is right is what has happened here. So America has been able to continue their perceived understanding of the UNCLOS, which allows them passage right up to 12 nautical miles, whereas we say up to 12 nautical miles is territorial water. They said an innocent passage is something that we should allow, and we did not even tell you. But we are trying to say that, look, if you consider as a strategic partner, be open with us, exchange this information so that we know. It's not that we don't know that your warships are there. We already know that they are there. But why don't you formalize this by saying there's an information exchange system, and let's honor this exchange system so that the confidence is there and the trust deficit which is building. You saw the amount of press briefings that were there after this April 21 incident. Phenomenal amount of. So we can avoid this by ensuring that there is better exchange information, better routes which are available through IMAC and other things. So I'll leave it to Admiral Muralidharan to answer the balance questions.
Sorry, sir, one point about UNCLOS. So the US has actually not ratified UNCLOS.
We all are aware, so there's nothing we can do about it.
See, the main issue is in all these areas, as we said, more than direct confrontation, the so-called unclassified or non-conventional challenges are taking place, for which you need cooperative security, which the nearest, even if you detect a threat that is happening, the nearest force country can go and take over, or their ships can go. Now, even when piracy patrol started some years ago, since it is not under the UN Charter, India decided to go independently, though there were some other maritime forces combined. But we were exchanging information with each other, and by your presence, whichever the nearest ship used to go and take action. Same thing will happen to in Red Sea. And similarly, whether the number of people joining, whether it's UNCLOS or, Quad or Million, etc., there's a group that started. More and more units join and exercise. Now you'll also realize that while China has been very inimical to India in some issues, but there are so many other forums which we share commonly together, like BRICS, etc. So finally, it is your national interest that comes in. And even if these countries are there, so long it's common threats, they will come in, cooperate. But suppose we have a border skirmish with China today, no other nation is going to come and help us there. Unlikely that anybody else would come in. As far as the Taiwan issue that was raised, it's a very relevant question because Xi Jinping has said that by 2049, if I get the thing correctly, he wants a unified China. But yet, Taiwan is standing alone. And right now, China know that they cannot take on US one-to-one and challenge. But 10, 15 years down the line, when his forces develop, his capabilities develop more, whether he will go in for a outright war to try and take over is not known. As far as UNCLOS and many nations have not ratified it, and China itself, when the ruling went against it, in some of the cases where they're talking of expanded territory, he said, no, we don't follow UNCLOS. These are bilateral issues between us. Unfortunately, some of the other nations there are much smaller. They cannot really take him on, which is why we need cooperative security. And at the end of it, the major nations like India, USA, as far as India is concerned, we are very much here. You are very much in the center of things which happens from African coast to this, and these are all areas of interest to us. So we have no option but to ensure that we work together. That is why the Prime Minister spoke of SAGAR, security and growth for all in the region, and subsequently the IPOI came in, where again you are looking for, there is no, it's not a, you're not signed any treaties, clauses, etc., but nations across have come forward. And mind you, even if countries which are not, do not have territories here or areas here, they all got economic interests. As I said, from Pacific, from the Atlantic Pacific, it is shifted to Indo-Pacific. This is where bulk of the trade, manufacturing, etc. is going on, which interests all nations of the world. That is why everybody is coming in. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me supplement some of the remarks made by co-panelists. Firstly, about Quad. Now, Quad is pretty flexible in those many terms. You would notice that it becomes Quad plus 1. It can become Quad plus 2. It can become Quad minus 1. You would notice that Philippines, along with 3 other members of Quad, they conduct exercise in which India is not there. So it's pretty... Quad plus 1, I said. Philippines is not part of the Quad. So I'm suggesting Quad is very flexible. It takes in partners. And you would notice that the exercise which the French lead is Quad members plus. So there is always this reciprocal part. It's not rigid in those many terms. All right. The other issues about Milan. Now, Milan has been expanding in terms of participants. But we must make a distinction between Milan, which is at the low end of threats that they talk about, unlike where we talk about WPNS, or for that matter, RIMPAC exercises, right? So the Milan series of exercises will continue in those many terms, keeping a kind of a bonhomie, a generous, everybody come in, etc., to what I would frame it as maritime multilateralism. That is what the focus would be on. Germany, yes, they've announced, I think yesterday or this morning I was reading, they're going to send out a frigate and a logistics support ship to the Indo-Pacific. It will be a long haul. So we're going to see more such ventures coming from European nations. As far as Taiwan Straits is concerned, I think it's very interesting that it's only in recent times that New Delhi has started to mention about South China Sea in their statements. It would normally say rule-based order, etc., peace and stability. It's first time, very recently, we started to find the mention of South China Sea over there. So there is a trend, but we'll have to see what do they actually mean, or was it for the purpose of, sometimes you make statements for the gallery. That's also to be seen. And how much of pressure are we going to get from China when you're referring to this? I'll stop at that.
Mr. Rao, more specifically,
Yes.
if you can answer the question raised by Dr. Balachandran and any other comments very quickly, please.
Okay, I thought I answered, but I can get the question in writing and I can definitely answer. But yes, we have ITAR licenses in place before we do any defense work outside of the US. So I hope that answered the question. I'm really not trying to evade it. I am happy to take it in writing and respond. To close, I'll just share two thoughts. One is optimism and gratitude. So starting off with the optimism, I just want to share a quick historical perspective where the US has 154,000 kilometers of coastline, and in 1898 had about 13 warships, or 13 ships, I should say, because they weren't even necessarily warships in the Navy. And just in 44 years later, by 1942, it was the largest navy in the world. And so when we decide, India included, to commit to some action, we can rapidly improve our force posture, our security posture, when we make that decision. So then let me get to the gratitude. All of the folks in the media who spent all day here today, and like I said, I wish I'd been there all day as well with you. You have a vital role to play because, as the panel has brought up, Vice Admiral brought up the importance that you can no longer separate security from economic growth and so on. And then multiple panelists brought up the importance of asking the questions and pulling on these threads. We don't have a cohesive, connected doctrine for this space, and so journalists play that important role in asking the questions, clarifying, and making sure that this topic is always in the news, so that it pushes governments, not just the Indian government, but the others in the region, to continually clarify and, more importantly, commit to a cohesive action to improve our force posture and security compliance. So thank you very much for having me.
With that, I thank all my panelists, and also a special thanks to Cuts for putting together a very good dialogue. Cuts and the entire team led by Mr. Mehta and Puru. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Audience, a round of applause, please. Another one, please. It's been a while. All right. So with this, we come to the end of our 5th in-person workshop. And we have been doing it away from the New Delhi. The idea to engage with the journalists, the other stakeholders, defense industry, media people, so that we have dialogues on the subjects such as from deliverables to deliveries happening outside the periphery of NCR. Thank you again, US Department of State, US Consulate General Kolkata, US Consulate General Chennai, and the other consulates that we have been holding these workshops. The idea in the inception was to keep the legacy issue behind, keep the 20th century legacy issue behind, make or move towards mutual trust, mutual cooperation. And that can't be, it's not a one-way street. It has to be from both ends. So far, we have heard many sessions. In terms of the physical ones, we have had 10 sessions by now on various issues, from technology of transfer to knowledge transfer to maritime cooperation, Indo-Pacific, and likewise. Earlier, we have been mentioning that there is an elephant in the room. Now, at least we have come out and we say that this is that a mutual convergence that needs to be taken place. So moving ahead and going towards, as we progress towards 2047, when we are going to become a developed country. And today's opening remarks was started by 1947, when President Harry Truman had made a remark. We would see this, and this is going to be citizens of both the countries, that we have to work together jointly. Of course, trust, patience, and mutual interest have to be in synergies. So with this, I thank you again, the lovely audience, for being with us post-lunch. I know this is a difficult hour. But still, thank you for being with us. We have another session coming up very shortly on a different subject, so that should be engaging again. With this, we would first to our chair and moderator, thank you, ma'am, for doing this very energetically. Could you present the medallion? Also, if you could look at the camera. Next to Vice Admiral Muralidharan. Commodore Vasan. Dr. Vijay Shakuja. Last but not the least, you can stand in front of the screen. Mr. Nikhil Rao, thank you for being, we would have loved if you were being with us here in person to more such opportunities in near future.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, lovely panelists. Thank you, audience. We close the event today.